I usually play the game, but I was just so irritated earlier, and I took a nap, and here we are. Um, it's just like exactly where I left off yesterday. I was just having so much fun, and them little freaking insects got started fucking me up. But since I learned, how to dodge better and block better, it shouldn't be a problem this time. But they were definitely giving me the business. Um, oh man, I'm just like, I forget how long this game really is. I know it's still a lot more to go because he has other powers to get before like the story actually starts to really open up, or the game. And like, you get back to civilization. All right, cool. You get back to civilization, or like the city life later. Uh, but back to the series at hand. I had like kind of paused it for a minute as far as how far the series progressed. Um, the game is amazing. Like the story is amazing. Kane's, uh, by the time you play this, you should have already played Blood Number One. But Blood Number One starts off. You exit a bar, and all of a sudden, you get shanked, and then there's this necromancer. I forget his name, but he grants you an opportunity for revenge, and he tells Kane, yeah, you can get a chance to, I can give you a chance to get your revenge, but when I bring you back, you won't be human. He like, oh, well, to be human, no way, I'll take that gladly, and you wake up, in a, out of your coffin, which is weird because it's like was he born? I mean, buried in Louisiana or some shit, like because that's how they do out there in Louisiana. They have graves where you're not planted in the ground, like you have a casket, a sarcophagus that sits above the earth, so it's like you could just get up and go at any time, if you had the strength to do so, type shit. Like for vampires, according to their lore, they can do shit like that. But you get up out of your casket, and there's this there's like this self-narration thing going on, because Kane is like the narrator, and he's like talking to you, the observer, about what his next destination is, and what his plans are, and it's just fire. And then as you're going, like there's the main story, and then there's like exploration stuff. So like if you explore around, you can find different spells, because he also knows magic. He's just not a regular vampire, he knows magic too. And he also has dark gifts, so he's like uber powerful in Blood Number One. But the graphics just suck. Well, they're what they could deal with PlayStation 1 graphics at the time, which it's not that bad, but it's just not the best. Especially when you see consoles like the PlayStation 5, the Switch 2, where it's all glossy and amazing, and like detailed. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh snap. But I think Dawn Walker is gonna be like it's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, like on par with that because I like the combat system. They didn't really expose too many of the dark gifts, but you know, if there's going to be sequels, I know he's going to get better over time because that's what vampires do. It's their lore period. Like that's the law of vampires. You know, like as they age, they gain new abilities and less weaknesses. You know what I mean? But anyway, and it depends on the lore. You know, Bram Stoker's Dracula, you know, had different abilities versus the vampires and the underworld. You know what I mean? And then if you go according to like lore, like real lore, the different type of vampires. You know what I'm saying? It was one guy I knew through association a while ago, and you know, according to his parents, he had passed away, which was ironic because his name was Mike, and he had like this. He was from the brief moments I hung out with him. You know, he had some charming qualities, and then he had some questionable qualities. You know, because it was like, what? Are you really a vampire or no? You know what I'm saying? Because he had like some medical issues to where his body actually did need other blood to, you know, stay afloat, to keep his organs, you know, operating properly. But because he was dealing with, you know, that issue, they were beginning to shut down on him. So he had, you know, a time limit, and inevitably he passed away for that. But by his medical issues, paper wise, he was a real vampire. Now him displaying any like supernatural gifts, he never did that. But his intelligence was, you know, about the lore of vampires was like, oh, okay, and you know, they actually do have different clan names that had different abilities. Like the one that people hear about the most is Nosferatu, and I'm like, well, you know, you know, because according to the most recent Nosferatu movie, I'm not trying to compare the real life ones to the movies, but it was just when they depict that version of vampirism, it's just disgusting. It's the most ugliest shit I ever seen, and just demonic and creepy, and you know, just terrible to look at. Like, fuck, who would want to look like that motherfucker? You know what I mean? And I hate that movie because they just copied literally Bram Stoker Dracula, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, did y'all get the rights to do that? Stoker's Dracula with Keanu Reeves, it's an amazing movie. Like, it's fucked up because, you know, it has like all these devilish attributes, you know. But I mean, if you look at it from Dracula's perspective, you know what I'm saying, who's the real monster? You know what I mean? Because the real Dracula, he was a warrior, you know, according to the lore, named Val some shit. I can't remember his name. Oh my god, that's why I'm having brain fog. What was his fucking name? Vlad. Emperor Vlad or some shit like that. The Impaler. But, you know, that was his real lore. Like, that was his nickname when he was a human, you know, running around wrecking shit. So, you know what I'm saying? He actually has a fire story, which is really similar to Dracula and Castlevania. But the Dracula and Castlevania is way more colder, especially the Lords of Shadows Dracula. Like, he to me was the best version of Dracula I've seen in the video game lore. But as far as the movie is concerned, the one with Keanu Reeves is way better. Well, it has been. Well, actually, no. Dracula Untold was the best version of Dracula, but it's just the way they introduced Dracula. It was more dramatic, like dramatic. It was more, you know, shit, drama filled and soap opera shit. I'm like, oh man, like, come on, bro. I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying? I want you out there being the warrior that you is. Damn, I got fucked up. See, I was trying to fight and do this at the same time. But that was the issue that I had with the Bram Stoker's version, because it was more of a love story than it was anything. And basically, when you witness Dracula, it's not during his time. It's like, it's from the perspective of a real estater who is Keanu Reeves, and he gets a letter. This is how cold Dracula is, which I don't like how they depicted his defeat in the movie, because the movie's lore, from Bram Stoker's perspective, you know what I'm saying, it was like ironic. It was like, bro, how you gonna glorify this motherfucker and then you just kill him off with the shittiest of ending I've ever seen, you know? But he was a monster though. I mean, kinda and all. Like, it was like, I mean, from depending on the perspective you pick, well, actually, no, he was kind of fucked up. I ain't gonna hold you up. They did have him do some outlandish shit in the movie, but which I was like, what the fuck? He just stopped doing the fuck. But you know, cause he was like, he consumed, you know, all ages of humans. So that was the thing. And then when he changed this other person, she was consuming, you know, kids and shit. So she was fucked up. But it was like, man, you know what I'm saying? And then it was like he caused psychological warfare on Mina, but Mina wasn't, you know. It's just, the movie is fucked up, but it shows you like how cold he is, you know, mentally and spiritually and physically, because he actually has out cold powers in the movie. Like, he can fly as a bat, he could turn and miss. He had certain restrictions, like he had to be invited within the house, or a window had to be left open for him to be able to come in without permission. Well, actually, he didn't even need permission. He just had to. A window had to be. Oh damn! A window had to be open for him to come through, and he could possess people, and you know, aka mind control. You know, read their thoughts, and it was like, damn. He could transform into a wolf. He can command wolves. You know, he could get in their head and shit and control them. This is just the little stuff that they show in the Bram Stoker's Dracula version of him. And then he had this like giant werewolf form, and a giant bat form. Like, he was cold, but the way they killed them off was just so and what was his downfall was love. Like, he had a wife, you know, before he became Dracula. He had a wife, and because she was killed, that's when he supposedly got cursed by God. But I mean, immortality, I don't think it's a curse. I think that's a gift. But he according to the lore, he was blaspheming, and then God gave him immortality after some shit transpired on his little rampage, because he was a holy warrior. He was moving in the name of God, you know, so he thought he was just like the Belmonts, you know what I mean, because they were trained by the Holy Brigade to exterminate vampires and shit. But that's how what is his name? I can't remember what Dracula's human name is on Lords of the Shadow, because you play with him as a human on the first one, which is fire, because he's no joke. Like, he is that dude, and you know, he has this badass whip, and you know, you were like, he starts off on horseback, and I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? And you know, you going high speed through the forest, and then you get to the village, and then you fighting the werewolf, and it's like, damn, this is who he is as a human. The fuck, he ain't playing. You know what I'm saying? Killing werewolves and shit as a human, and God like starts blessing you and shit as you go through each battle you defeat one of these motherfuckers. God levels you up, and it was like, damn, like, man, he don't even need to be a vampire because he already out cold as a human. But I know, spoiler alert, like a mug, like, I love Castlevania, at least the Lords of the Shadows, actually all of them, because the one on PlayStation 2, there's two. There's one with, I think, Leon Belmont, or whatever his name is, the blonde hair one, which is fun. I actually own that one, but it is really repetitious. The music is cool though. Like, it'll keep you in that zone. I'm getting fucked up, but it'll keep you in that zone of, like, you know, let me explore. But it's like it's not like Champions in the Wrath, because with Champions in the Wrath you can make your own character, but the dungeon exploring is similar, you know, because it's like a dungeon map, and you go through it, you fight different monsters, you have your bosses. They do have weaknesses, so if you figure out their weakness, it'll help tremendously in a fight to, you know, knock down their HP. But oh damn, Umbersum killed me. But it's a cold game. I liked it, so that's why I bought it. And then I got part 2, which is with the what is his name, man? Like, they have a series on Netflix that you can watch that covers a lot of the games that they made. But the guy that you play with, he can create pets. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's technically the summoner in the Castlevania series, but you know, he creates his summons out of dead bodies, and he has a huge role on the series. Like, it's people I can remember on Castlevania, like Achmet, who I love, that, you know, they really show love to the black community, because Achmet is in history though, which is crazy. That people don't really know about her like that, but was in history. She was a fierce queen who was supposed to be the daughter of Ra, and you know, she drank blood, and they would give her blood offers and shit. But she's in the Egyptians' lore, and as a queen, and like affiliation with Ra, so it's weird. Like, she gets a human role in society, and she gets a goddess role in the lore of Egyptian goddesses. So I'm like, was she real or no? You know what I'm saying? But Castlevania kind of highlights her, the last season of it, and it was fire, because she definitely was the shit, and it was crazy, because it's like, you know, like the hierarchy in the series is fire, you know, because the way that they present it to the audience, it's literally like after, or no, yeah, it's like after the Lords of Shadow 1, but sometime before, or is it after? I'm trying to think, because like they cover so many fragments of time. Like when the intro comes with with Castlevania, the series, the first series, it starts off with the guy from Lords of Shadows. I forgot what Belmont he is, but he starts off with that particular Belmont, the Belmont who becomes Dracula himself, and he at the point of this beginning of the series, he has already became Dracula. Like, it doesn't cover his human days. It's just him as Dracula. And, you know, at this point in his life, he's kind of fucked up because he feels like God, kind of like, you know, I'm not gonna say failed him, but he has conflictions, you know what I'm saying? Because he's kind of mad about shit with God at this point, because during Lords of Shadow 1, he's actually you know, moving with the blessing of the church. Like, he's a holy warrior, and he's, you know, slaying these creatures, but he's finding out more and more and more, you know, about them, and he's having conflicts with himself because, like, these people had like stories and histories and shit, but he still, you know, is moving vigilantly. Like, I'm still gonna kill, you know, any person that any creature that has a tyranny over human life. Like, you know, he's trying to slay anything that's unholy. So he's like, you know, screw it, I'm still going to, you know, slay these creatures. But he starts having more empathy for them, and then finally he gets to the point to where he slays his last one, and then he gets turned into a vampire, because they speed it up. Like, you know, they speed it up, as you know, like in Lords of Shadow 2, you are a vampire, you know what I'm saying? And it doesn't show like the change, and you know what I'm saying, like they don't really cover a lot, which they could do a prequel about that and go into that if they wanted to. But he's a full-fledged vampire, and he's touring the world after just getting a wife who's gorgeous, by the way, long blonde hair, because his hair is dark black, and she's a scientist, you know. She's really a doctor, but doctor, scientist, same thing, because they both can do the same things. Like, doctors with their knowledge can concoct, you know, and they're witches, to be honest, and warlocks, if you want to go by, you know, magical terms that they use for people who were herbalists and used alchemy to heal people, because that's what they do too. Like, they use their knowledge of the human body and mind and prescribe you medication for pain, medication for your mental, you know what I'm saying? So that's same field, just different wording, you know what I'm saying, glamorized to be something else, but really it's all the same shit, even though people had died for being, you know, herbalist back in the day because of ignorance. But you know what I'm saying, that's predominantly found in the white community. They were killing people for, you know, being an herbalist. Oh, bitch, you know how to cure people with herbs, you're a witch. Burn her at the stake. Talk about niggas fucked up, man. I ain't even trying to be mean at that, but it's just like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck. And then they try to call black people as one that's dumb as fuck. You know what I'm saying? When black people been, for the longest time, using the land, you know, herbs, roots to heal and strengthen people, and, you know, lift off of bad juju, you know what I'm saying? It's just so crazy, man. It's so crazy. And then all the shit is in books so you can read, but people that's dumb as fuck just don't want to read. And then the people who do want to read but are not being taught how to read, that's sad. Like, dumb people that I shed the tears for, because, you know what I'm saying, it's different when you know how to read but you just choose not to further educate yourself. You just put a limitation on what you want to know. You know what I'm saying? You just got enough information to feel comfortable with, and it's like, what the fuck wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? You should want enough information to you know, think for yourself and be strong enough to be independent, because that's the problem. Like, majority of old folk, you know what I'm saying, around here in Michigan, depend on the news for what they want to know about the world, which is crazy, because you watch these news channels here, Fox 2, for the shit that they be saying, the tangents they be going on, the disrespect they be showing people who have, you know, virtue in their spirit, who have moxie, you know what I'm saying, you know, where they actually are speaking out against tyranny and manipulation and abuse, you know, rape and like all the evils of the world, you know what I'm saying, who are trying to, like, you know, push the world towards love and healing and you know, holiness. Because if you killing and raping motherfuckers, you definitely demonic. There's nothing holy about that. And all sacred texts, you know what I'm saying, whether you read the Quran or the Buddhist tablets, you know, they all talk about harmonizing with nature and respecting people with love and dignity and consideration, you know what I'm saying, all the same principles and moral values. But dumb motherfuckers who are just out of this, like, literally, like, out of their fucking mind, who are not just literal demons, because they use, you know, sacred text that was manipulated and then called Christianity to subjugate and control uneducated white folk, and to keep, you know, captured and tortured and traumatized uneducated melanated folk, because it wasn't just black folk. They, you know, they could kidnap, you know, Mexicans, Irish, you know what I'm saying, and you know, some of them people had white skin too, but majority of them people, 87% of them people, were brown, you know, melanated people that they call Negro or African American, when most of them people ain't even come from fucking Africa in the first place. It's like they didn't even have the technology to hoard that kind of, that many, you know, people, plus the food, you know what I'm saying, and endure the trip. It's like, it's impossible. You know, they just came over with their guns, technology that was more advanced, and used that, you know, in weapons, and used that to genocide people. You kill off majority of the numbers, the rest gonna be in fear, and you can control them, do what you want with them, you know what I'm saying, steal their resources, abuse their women so you can breed with them. And that shit is in their history too. They, you know, thought about using a breeding tactic to integrate and kill off the population of melanated folk, but that shit backfired because melanated genes are the dominant genes. So, you know what I'm saying, it's like, oh man, everything they tried to do to hinder and kill off melanated folk is backfiring on them, because the Lord won't allow it to happen, and they can't understand that. So now they trying to do it to where they have supreme authority by controlling what you could do, you know what I'm saying, controlling who makes the rules for you, how you get your education, where your education is, how much money you can make, you know what I'm saying, so you can't rise up above them and overthrow them, and then you don't have the knowledge to do so. That's why they taking all the education out of the systems, and they making it to where only people, when they say rural, like that's like the lowly income areas. They making these people who are uneducated think that, oh, you know, we're gonna, you know what I'm saying, take away from the rich neighborhoods and make your neighborhoods better, and we're gonna take away, you know, the stuff for black education, so they never can rise above you and be, you know what I'm saying, just they know how to talk to people to entice them with white supremacy. And they know, they can read between the lines, because they have that spiteful mentality, that hatred, that evil within them. because they've been born and raised, they've been bred from that evil. So that's how they're easily manipulated, because that evil speaks to their soul. It's fucked up. It's fucked up how twisted these people are. I know, it's sad, but that's how these people get manipulated. But what's happening is they're like, oh, you know what? We got your dumb ass. Now we can take away your resources. You know what I'm saying? Because the educated ones, they're too guarded, and they're gonna allow that. So they get away with that shit for the dumb neighborhoods. They start with the dumbass people first, and it causes terror. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, oh shit, they just murked all them dumbass folk. Now they gonna go after the motherfuckers that's, like halfway between poor and, rich, middle class. And if you are a threat, or if you are opposing their dictatorship, then they gonna strip away your privileges too. So the only people that can survive is the rich people. So they feel like, oh, if we get so much money, if we get billions and billions of dollars, and we all unify and we all protect each other, through politics and banking, because a lot of the banks are connected to these politicians anyway, and the funding is connected to the government. So it's like, if we have control over that, and we enrich ourselves, no matter what happens, as long as we protect ourselves, we could just live with all our money and be in paradise, because they still gonna be protected by the law, since they were part of being a politician. It's just so fucked up. It's all crooked and twisted, and it's like, damn, people can't think for themselves. They thought these people, because they, were speaking racist rhetoric, that they were gonna, benefit off of the most. But really, it's like, because y'all so motherfucking racist, y'all been so stuck on stupid, instead of educating yourself and being better people and learning, things that can help your dumbass thrive and survive and unify. You chose segregation through your mentality, thinking you superior, thinking you're more intelligent when you're actually not. And it's like, oh shit, then they try to say this shit with no facts to prove what they're saying, no history showing that what they're saying is valid, just all fuck dumb nigga shit. And then it's like, oh fuck, man, how these people even living with themselves? They throwing away their own life just by being fucking stupid, which is why it's like, man, this shit crazy, because the ones who voted for this shit is the ones suffering the most. It's crazy. But now, and then it was crazy. It's like, okay, how is this shit making any sense? Once you violate the law, you're supposed to be held accountable. So, especially if you have evidence, you're supposed to be subject to arrest immediately. Especially when your shit is on a high level, when your shit is felony level, the warrant's supposed to be issued out immediately, especially if you have evidence supporting this act of treason, is what it's called, against the law. So if you're a government official, whether the president, congressperson, senator, part of any of the legislative branch, executive, judicial, and what the fuck is the other one? Executive, judicial, and legislative branch. You know what I'm saying? You part of one of them. You already know what the rules are. You know what I'm saying? You actually make an oath to honor that, which holds you more accountable than any other person in the United States, because you took this oath to honor those laws, those rules. So if you are willingly, openly showing people that you are a motherfucking liar, because your life is subjected to the public too. You become a public figure. That's part of the responsibility, and also the irony and scrutiny that you get when you are working as a public figure. Like your life is open as fuck. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be transparent, but as you can see, there's people who manipulate people on the grand scale, and you know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, How could y'all not see that shit? But that's what they do. It's in their history. You know what I'm saying? These racist dumbass people have a history of turning a blind eye to corruption, and that corruption has just caused them to be further and further and further uneducated, because most people don't want to deal with racist ass people, even their own woke people. It's like, man, we know you dumb as fuck, like the shit you on. Then when you look at their lineage, they bloodline has incest, which is the biggest sin. Even God forbid that if you people want to, you know, because most of these motherfuckers love to justify their racist actions with, oh, I'm a Christian, you know what I'm saying? They do it in the name of Christianity, and then these corrupt ass pastors who use the word of God to twist and poison their mind, to weaponize them. Because the people who become radicals, where they're actually taking action in their beliefs, they were killing people. These were the, you know, this was the Holy Brigade. Like, this is part of history. You could look up, you know, when the Pope issued the order for knights to go and colonize. They did it in the name of a pope. And then you look at the history of these popes over in Europe, right? They pedophiles. But it's been a history for the longest. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's one of the main reasons why they want to control the autonomy of women, because the biggest abortion rates, the biggest rapes are literally from incest, and majority of the incest or rapes be from white families. Literally, the statistic has it as a 61 percentile, but it's way higher than that. You know what I'm saying? And not only do they rape they little girls, but they also rape their own little boys. It's like these motherfuckers is fucked up, but it's in their history. They were doing it to slaves, and they were doing it to other people. When they were killing the mixed babies, they were killing their kids. So it's part of their nature. You know what I'm saying? The racist ones, like it's their bloodline lineage. You know what I'm saying? So it's deeper than just, you know, oh, they just dumb as hell. No, this is their lineage. This is their DNA. This is who the fuck they are. You know what I'm saying? And them people are what they call synagogues, right? The devil's people, because, you know, the devil went against. But if you want to be a Christian, this is knowledge that the Christian Bible provides. The devil went against God, right? If they're going against God's children, right? Because, you know, white people genetically are not built to be part of the day thoroughly. It's black folk. Like, black people can interact with Mother Nature on a whole different level versus any other race, because of the melanin in their skin. We could bask in the sun for hours and hours and hours with no consequence but darker skin, versus if they look in the sun for hours and hours and hours, their skin blister up, you know what I'm saying, turns black, like they could die, literally fucking die, get cooked to that bitch and die. Especially if the area of concentration is more intense than others. Like, Louisiana has a different kind of heat. Texas has a different kind of heat from Michigan. Texas is dry as fuck, which is like, how are y'all, where's all the cows at? You know what I'm saying? Where's all the grass at? Because when I flew over San Antonio, Texas, I had a window seat, and I always try to look at the geography of where I'm going from, you know, different perspectives. You know, God's eye, aka third person, or the mind's eye, third person, first person, like, you know, which is what a lot of people don't do, because they don't try to put themselves in other people's shoes, and that's where the lack of empathy and compassion for thy fellow neighbor is coming up short at, because motherfuckers is just so selfish and inconsiderate and evil. Like, they really twisted out here. They really fucked up, because some motherfuckers be feeling like, oh, you know, they try to play the victim card, woe is me, why you being so mean, don't be mean to me. But then they do extremely gross, sadistic ass, evil ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Where'd that come from? But you wouldn't want nobody to mistreat you. You wouldn't want nobody to take advantage of you, you know, steal your money, or you know what I'm saying, ruin your reputation type shit. You wouldn't want to endure that kind of bullshit. So why would you put that on somebody else? But it's motherfuckers that's so fucked up where, you know, they soul, which that's how you know, it's not of God. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what sacred text or holy text or biblical text, you know, not the motherfucking King James version, not the Europeans Bible, but the Ethiopia's Bible, or a Quran, because the Quran is if you read the Quran, it mirrors what the fuck is in the King James Bible a lot, like especially the story about Moses and some other disciples. But you know, they also talk about Muhammad and other people that were blessed by God, you know what I'm saying? But again, the Europeans stole this information. So I don't understand how dumb people can be so adamant about Christianity when they don't know what the fuck they talking about. You know what I'm saying? They be so quick to be like, oh no, you're being blasphemous, or oh no, you know, you're you know, you're not a Christian, you're anti-Christian, or you know what I'm saying? They just use all these dumbass excuses for actually having an education. Like, damn, why don't you read the fuck up on these things? Because everything has a history. That's why they want to delete the shit. So you don't know, so you can't track things, so you can't hold things accountable. You know what I'm saying? History is so important because it teaches you who the fuck a person is. When a person has a consistent pattern of doing fuck shit, that's who they are. You know what I'm saying? And God can't even change them. That's just who they was built to be. You know what I'm saying? A lesson to those out there who are unaware that there are real evils out here, thinking that everything is motherfucking cupcakes and sprinkles when it ain't. You know what I'm saying? Just like, you know, there's man, it's fucked up because I'm trying to figure out a decent way to word that. You know, it's in nature, right? Everything has a role. The carnivores eat on the herbivores. The herbivores eat up the plants. You know what I'm saying? Some plants eat bugs, eat other creatures like frogs. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends. Even rats. So it just depends, or mice, where you at in the world and what the species is, you know. But everything has a role. You know what I'm saying? Just like evil people in this motherfucker, good people in this motherfucker, confused people in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? This is all over the place. But they all have a role to show you different levels of understanding and spirituality, and you know what I'm saying? Now, whether or not you could deal with that shit, it's on you. You know what I'm saying? Because some people are just so intolerable. Like, racist motherfuckers is them kind of people. Intolerable. And should be handled with, you know, that fuck this nigga energy. You know what I'm saying? Like, crack that shit. Because if you don't check them right away, they get so out of pocket. And then next you know, somebody did. Because somebody didn't check their ass right away. But the law has gotten, because it was made for slaves, they protect motherfuckers like that, or they don't have a sense of urgency or a concern about the safety of melanated folk, because they already know they are not the mass majority. You know what I'm saying? So they don't have a sense of urgency for that particular version of life, disregarding life. And if you look up all the qualities of Satan possesses those qualities. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't have any regard over any other life but himself, his own ego. You know what I'm saying? But which is ironic because Satan is actually worshipped in some other cultures and shit. Being a rebel and being a person who wanted to follow his own, you know what I'm saying, like quest for you know, glory and respect and whatever his ambitions was. I mean, because they have stories about what he set out and done as a fallen angel once he was, you know, excluded from heaven. They have knowledge about what happened after that. So it's just crazy. It's just crazy because not only you know, in some cultures is he glorified, but people are radical about him too. But when you hear glorification with him, usually these people be really fucked up. They be really like, oh no, you know what I'm saying? They using blood sacrifices or sex magic, you know, type shit. Which I know people be having a hard time trying to comprehend them things and understand, you know, what do you mean sex magic and shit, where they use, you know, like, it's fucked up, but you could just read up on it by yourself. Go ahead, that's, you know, reason why you should educate yourself. Go look the shit up on Google. Not the AI explanation, but you know, there's actual publishers where it's like, this is from the Webster's dictionary, or this is from da da da, you know what I'm saying? Those are credited places where they were recognized, but you can't even trust because the government allows whatever to be print and pressed for your consumption. You know what I'm saying? And they allowed the Bible to be whitewashed for your consumption. So you really think fuck they care about authenticity and what's factual for you to empower yourself? Hell the fuck no, they really don't. But that's why they trying to take all the motherfucking books about history that will give you so much understanding of what evil motherfuckers look like. They want to discard that stuff so you won't know that you've been, you know, suckered in the shit. Because that's how motherfuckers got conned with Bitcoin. I told so many people I know, like even my buddy T, who's from, I mean, you know, he lives in Michigan, but he's in the military, and I don't know if he's alive or not, and I'm feeling really kind of like, damn, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, he has some jealous moments, don't get me wrong, you know, but I'm not gonna hold that shit over his head, and I'm not gonna be petty about that shit, because, you know, seeing his background and the situation, he was raised by a single mom, you know what I'm saying, and two women, his grandmother and his mom. So it's like, you know, I understand, like, some people be dealing with certain things, and I know how his mama is to an extent. So not saying she the worst bitch in the world, not saying she super awesome, you know what I'm saying? She definitely got issues, which a lot of people got issues, but the point is, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, I get it. I get why you, who you are as a person. And then some things, you know, it's by choice. It's not always about who your or your education level or the school you went to. It's about your own personal choices. Because it's a choice to self-educate. It's a choice to forgive. It's a choice to love somebody. It's a choice to deceive somebody. It's a choice to use somebody. It's a choice to manipulate somebody. All these things are, you know, like a reflection of your core. You know what I'm saying? The spirit that drives you. And some people be having demonic spirits that, you know, be stringing them along and shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a soul, which is the personality. But the spirit that, you know, helps guide you, aka that consciousness of your personality, the spirit, that's the shit that, you know what I'm saying, really it's the wake up call, you know, because some people be possessed by wicked spirits, and then they, you know, get healed through exorcism and shit. Some the corruption be so bad that, you know, it may alter their physical appearance, but the shit you see in the exorcism is not the possession that I'm talking about. That's the glorified version of possession. You know what I'm saying? On an extreme physical interaction level, to where it has consumed the physical outer appearance of the individual. There's different levels of possession. The possession I'm talking about, it's that moment when you see a calm, collect person, right? A cool ass person do minding his own business, get pissed off, and he flash out and kill a nigga. That is possession. Like, he got so mad that he killed the motherfucker just cause he tried that shit, type shit. You see what I'm saying? That's a moment where it's like, oh, okay, that nigga flashed out. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know, when it comes to slang terms, it's called flashing out, or crashed out, or, you know, popped his lid, or with white people like, oh, he went crazy. He went crazy. Oh no, I told you those black folk dangerous. You know? But not saying what provoked that person, you know, what led that person to pop they shit like that. Because it take a lot, you know what I'm saying, for a person who especially is majority of the time calm and collected to lose they shit due to the influence of somebody fucking with them, you know what I'm saying, and in the most egregious way. But it's sad out here, because you just, you know, it's a lot of people that thrive off of doing sadistic shit to people, aka, you know, being bullies and stealing, and, you know what I'm saying, killing. Like, some motherfuckers deserve to die. Like, I ain't gonna lie, some motherfuckers should have been died a long time ago for their actions against humanity, you know what I'm saying, and shit. And then it's like ironic, like, I forgot his name, but one of the documented slave owners, which it's been trending on social media, quite I guess you could say, well, because it's on different platforms, and this person's name has came up a couple times, and I feel terrible for not knowing his name by heart, which I'm gonna work better on retaining people's names, because it would just be so much disgusting shit from these people that I'd be like, don't want to retain all that information. But you have to know this shit, you know what I'm saying? Because you get dumbass white folk to be like, well, name one person that did this, da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? They want you to have facts, and when you show motherfuckers the facts, you know what I'm saying, they be like, oh no, you know what I'm saying? But it allows you to shut down stupid people when you have facts to strengthen, you know what I'm saying, your explanation, or just, you know, not even explanation, but just your point or your perspective, or just to educate somebody who's just dumb as fuck about some things. You could, boom, you know what I'm saying, here are the facts, here you go, right here. Now what you saying, you know what I'm saying, like, where your facts at, where's your proof to solidify what you saying? And when you shut down a motherfucker with facts, you know what I'm saying, it's a different type of level of embarrassment for that person. It really, like, lets them know, like, you know, maybe you shouldn't run your dumb ass mouth so much, because here are the facts that show that this is the kind of person, you know what I'm saying, that you are, you know, or you know, why your breed of people, you know what I'm saying, or race of people is more fucked up than other people. And that's the white people's culture. Unfortunately for those who are trying to live their life without that stigma, you know what I'm saying, because all white people are not the same, and, you know, all white people are not racist or have that bigotry mentality or that bias mentality, but it is a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? They know, they, you know what I'm saying, the ones who are woke, like, ugh, they sick of that shit theyself, because it's just stupid as fuck. It is, and all it does is hurt you as a person. It literally hinders your knowledge, because, you know, everybody cooks differently. The Italians, the Chinese, the Ethiopians, the people in Ghana, you know, the different Africans, you know what I'm saying? They have different diets, and it's like, so you want to just turn down all this deliciousness because you stupid as fuck. You don't want to learn what other foods taste like. You never thought about, you know, how to cook your chicken like the Jamaicans. You never want to know what Jamaican jerk chicken tastes like. Fuck around with your dumb ass. You know what I'm saying? It be shit like that. Cause Jamaican jerk chicken is awesome, especially if you make your own jerk marinade. Fire. And if you have the right person who makes your dry jerk seasoning, because I had one time this lady, I I ain't gonna put her name out there, but this lady, she had bought some, and she was like, yeah, you know, you could, you know, because I was crashing over. I was younger at the time at her place, and I was trying to learn, you know, little recipes and shit for myself to have in my, you know, repertoire of like meals I could cook, because eating out ain't where it's at. You can go watch the movie called Waiting, and you will understand. That was the downplayed version of what restaurants really look like behind the scenes, you know, that are comfortable with what the fuck they be doing. You know what I'm saying? But most restaurants, especially when you in the bigger neighborhoods or fuck nigga neighborhoods, are like that. You know what I'm saying? But not, you know, in that way. Like the Ryan Reynolds movie made it funny to be fucked up, because he always plays in movies where the point is to get a chuckle out of you. You know what I'm saying? He has like this cynical, like sinister, dark, but goofy personality. You know what I'm saying? Which you can see throughout a lot of his movies by the, I guess you could say, pretentious attitude he has. But it's you know, funny. You know what I'm saying? He knows how to deliver the package where it's digestible in a funny way, versus it coming off as an arrogant asshole who is snotty. You know what I'm saying? But Waiting shows how people were tampering with people's food if they gave them attitude. You know what I'm saying? Or had a bad disposition, and you know, they would throw the meat on the floor, spit on it, all kind of shit. Like, I'm like, Ryan Reynolds, bro, what the fuck is you on right now? Because you really played in this movie. Like, he really is in the movie doing fuck shit to people's food, even though it's a movie. But this is, you know, based off of shit that happens in real life. I've seen this shit happen myself. I worked in the restaurant industry for years, so I know the shit is real. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, damn, you know, motherfuckers still want to eat out at restaurants though. Like, and then you just don't know. You really don't know what be going on in these kitchens. Like, you really don't. I don't even know why motherfuckers want to eat out as much as they do, because a lot of restaurants be having poor hygiene in the kitchen, where the dishwasher does not thoroughly wash the dishes. So when you leave there, you know, you like, damn, I got a shit bad. Oh my God. And then you go to shit, it's diarrhea, but you think, you know, you just, you know, cause yeah, it's cause of what you ate, but that's not good. Like, that is because you just had bad bacteria to upset your stomach, which has caused you to have, you know, irritable bowels, aka diarrhea. And if you have severe diarrhea, it could lead to dehydration, and dehydration fucks up your kidneys. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of shit be having fucked up long-term effects if you dealing with that on a consistent basis. But people don't be paying that shit no mind. They just like, oh, you know, I just had the BGs because that shit cleaned me out. No, it didn't clean you out. It fucked you up. You know what I'm saying? But um, it's just, you know, education is very important, and they know that, which is why they try to dumb down more people. And it's like, damn, I know people down south had hard times with literacy, but fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like, because when I lived down there for a little while, especially in Louisiana, in East Baton Rouge, Louisiana, I was just astounded. Like, damn, these people, the fuck. You could tell it's a difference, you know, especially from when I went to school. I'm like a sponge. I love to learn things, so I'm not discouraged when it comes to new information. I'm like, yes, I'm welcoming it with you know, like enthusiasm. I'm like, yeah, I need to learn as much as I can, you know, especially if it's about something I have interest in. But then other people, they be like, no, it's too hard. And it's like, what the fuck, man? That's why you keep doing it until you. That's more of a reason to learn what it is that's giving you a hard time. Because once you overcome it, now you know what you could do. You know what I'm saying? You could teach yourself and do. You know what I'm saying? Do better. Like, it's just a really relieving feeling, and a feeling of accomplishment when you realize you have taught yourself something and you are efficient at it. Like, that is a whole different type of reward. But people be so fucking lazy because, you know, the way how they are just, man, making shit the way that it is now. It's crazy. Like, I'm just like, wow, you know, people have no idea how fucked up shit it really is, because they don't really educate themselves. They just allow social media, the news, to be their anchor of and source of information. But the news channels are controlled, and they don't televise everything. And then you have people discrediting everything on the news, like, oh, that's just fake news. It's like, damn, you gonna really believe that? You know what I'm saying? Especially some things, especially when you see like it pressed in the news. Like, if it hit the news, you know what I'm saying? That's some shit that they just could not avoid. Like, they had to put it out there because it was gonna be leaked regardless. So, voila! Now you reading about it in the paper. But I'm just amazed at the level of complicity that people be having with fuck shit, evil shit. Like, it ain't, you know, that term, it ain't fun when a rabbit got the gun. You know what I'm saying? When you call yourself a hunter, and then the person or the thing that you hunting flips the script on your ass, that's the worst feeling. And that's what's gonna happen, because they're trying to do this shit to handicap people, especially melanated people, so they can't defend themselves, so they don't have proper representation by the law. So basically, they could just throw you in the cages and subject you to torture and rape. You know what I'm saying? Like, ICE is nothing but mercenaries. They are hired mercenaries. They're not even recognized to be an official authoritarian. Like, they are literally mercenaries. But I'm like, man, this shit crazy. Off of taxpayer dollars, because that's what y'all voted for. So it's like, you know, you can't really be mad at the president. You have to be mad at the people that voted for him, because this is what y'all wanted. He gave y'all what y'all voted for. So how can you be mad? He made promises of bombing Iran and fucking with them before he got into the candidacy, and he gave it to you. He said he was going to reform the government. He gave it to you. He just didn't tell you that he was going to take away all the shit that you need to survive if you were low income. But they just assume, because they don't educate themselves, that, oh, you know, it's gonna kill off the niggers, it's gonna kill off these Mexicans, stealing all our government benefits, getting all the shit that we work for free. And that's all it is. It's envy. It's jealous. Because, like, jealousy, literally, oh, they're gonna get our SNAP benefits while we work for these benefits. We're retired, you know, or we can't make ends meet, and they're gonna get our benefits without taxation, even though we have to pay taxes. And it's like, well, they need to change that. As a matter of fact, they need to increase the amount of taxes that immigrants have to pay because they're not from here, and minimize the taxes for people who have been here for, you know what I'm saying, all their life. Like, people with birthrights here shouldn't have to pay these high ass taxes, and should have tax cuts. And then that'll cut back on a lot of poverty, extremely, especially when it comes to certain, like, purchases. If you've been born and raised here, you know what I'm saying, you shouldn't have to pay property tax type shit. That'd be a huge cut. Or if you've been born and raised here, you know what I'm saying, you get a 50% discount on rent type shit. As a discount of being an American citizen, you know what I'm saying, that type of shit. And make immigrants pay the full price. I ain't saying charge them sky high shit that they can't afford, you know, because the point of them coming here was for a better and a new life, not to be, you know, struggling like a motherfucker trying to have a better life. Like, that's insane. It's supposed to be the land of the free, you know, and the land of opportunity, but it seemed like, for who? For white people, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't white, you ain't got no opportunity. And I'm talking about experience. But that whole canceling, you know, funding to rural areas, that was literally them saying, oh, we don't want to fund public schools anymore. We don't want to give the money towards public schools anymore. So that way, if you can't afford a private school, your ass just ain't gonna get no education. You're gonna have to move. And if you can't afford it, then that means you too poor and you don't deserve education. You know what I'm saying? It's all to keep the people with money having everything, all the resources and the accessibilities to resources, while those who are struggling to survive can't do anything to empower themselves, so they're subjected and forced to be subservient, aka a dictatorship. But, you know, people voted for that. That's what they wanted. They wanted to see that. And they getting what they wanted. They getting to see that. So it's like, you know, you can't be mad at the motherfucker. They had evidence showing that he was linked to some questionable shit. Then he, you know, undermined the investigation, saying there's nothing to be found. If there's nothing to be found there, why redact the identities of these people? Why redact their information? Why withhold information? If you will have nothing to hide, you don't worry about that kind of shit. You are transparent. You like, well, shit, go ahead, look at that shit. You gonna see I ain't had shit to do with none of that fuck shit he had going on. Yeah, I did business with the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? If it was just a business relationship, yeah, I did some business with the motherfucker because, you know, he had connections. But that's why, you know, all businesses ain't good business. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I don't be, you don't see me allegiant or aligned to motherfuckers, because I'm like, you don't know what some motherfuckers do behind closed doors, and then you know, putting pictures out here with publicly with people that shows your affiliation, and you know, by law you are guilty by association. So it's like, why he ain't been held accountable yet? That should have been a red flag. You got numerous pictures with this motherfucker, and he been like found guilty. This ain't no accusation. This is like crimes this nigga actually was found guilty of. Like, he been found guilty of pedophilia, the Epstein, you know. So it's like, and consuming, you know what I'm saying, they got the evidence that he was talking about consuming human life aka cannibalism type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, you know, y'all got all this evidence, documentation. The nigga was found guilty for sexually assaulting somebody, so you know what's in them. And if you get found guilty for sexually assaulting somebody, and then in the documentation, they put a slap on his wrist, but they wanted everybody to know that the motherfucker still was a pedophile. Oh, you know, he participated in underage prostitution to dumb down the fact that he raped somebody. You know, these are little girls and shit. What the fuck? They got a reason why they prostituting themselves in the first place. You know what I'm saying? What's going on in their life to even force them to, or why they even consider that? You know what I'm saying? That should be the more of a reason to prosecute this nigga. Like, y'all should be hurt that y'all own people, because these are white girls, had to resort to prostitution. You should be feeling fucked up for these girls. Like, damn, you know, y'all was struggling, y'all ain't had no money. Why was y'all living so rough? You know what I'm saying? To where y'all even had to consider prostitution. When that was an excuse of why they gave him a slap on the wrist. If you read the open information, you know, he got found guilty for, you know, participating in underage prostitution, which still is pedophilia. But they tried to word it, you know what I'm saying, and they tried to dumb the masses like, oh, you know, he was just fucking with prostitutes. Men been fucking with whores for a long time, so it's okay. No, it's not okay. Because why would you pay a person who has had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of other people in and out of them for money? That's disgusting. I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying, I'm not trying to shit on somebody, you know, or talk poorly about somebody, but it's just, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, damn, you know, and then you know, like, you know, that's what they do. Like, you know, you have full hands-on experience that they're a prostitute. Why would you even sleep with them in the first place? You know what I'm saying? So that should show how vile that person really is. That they went to the extent to hire a prostitute shows how fucked up they really is. But they gave the nigga a slap on the wrist, let him leave prison after being found guilty. If he was black, this nigga would never see the light of day. He would have died on the way to prison in that bitch. For real. And they would have snatched all his assets. And, you know what I'm saying, they would have took down any other black person that was affiliated with him with extreme prejudice. Like, they would have hunted them motherfuckers down. Like, they gotta go. You know what I'm saying? They would have been burning down their establishments and shit, torching their wealth, like how they did with the Tulsa Massacre, off the tears of a fake ass white woman, because that's what they known for. Like, they love to, especially when they racist as fuck, to lie and make up fake ass, you know, scenarios of how a black person inflicted them pain and suffering, or, you know what I'm saying, did something to them to rage bait their fucked up ass men into action, when these the same men that's raping their daughters and molesting their sons. But it's okay because they're not black. yeah, you're right. It is, because black people ain't got that stigma, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, go right ahead. That's your culture. But that's what they so mad about, because they don't have no culture. They don't have no culture of dance, music, you know what I'm saying? Connection to Mother Nature. They can't even be a Mother Nature like that. And I'm not trying to be facetious. This is just facts. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? They big mad. Big mad. But, you know, it's like, damn, instead of you being envious, instead of you having rage, how about you learn? How about you take that time to learn from these people, so that way you can apply them skills to your generation of people, your next generation, the generation after that, you know, so y'all could build them fundamental skills so they could be a part of your lineage, instead of just trying to kill other people that can't teach you shit. Next, you know, now you leaving all your people handicapped, because once they gone and nobody knows how to do shit, how you gonna have produce?
because you can't. That's what these rich motherfuckers don't understand. If you buy up all the land and the acres, right, but you don't plant no fruit, no vegetables and shit, you poison all the good food, what you gonna eat? Explain that. Since these niggas so smart, what the fuck are you gonna eat? Cause you gonna have to go buy the same poisoned ass food. What you gonna eat? Right. It's because it takes time to grow crops. It takes time to grow a chicken, a cow, a lamb. It takes time. And if you poison all the shit that's alive, what you gonna eat? The fuck you gonna eat? Just like how they was like, oh, White Castles and Burger King, we got the impossible meat. Burger King meat already, a lot of that shit is fake as fuck. They onion rings get hard as fuck if you leave them in the cold. Like, I'm talking about brick hard. They fries get hard when you leave them in the cold. I'm like, the fuck? You can't even reheat that shit. That shit is so fake. And then the meat from Taco Bell, fake. Like, and they ain't even an impossible meat they was, you know what I'm saying, they were serving. But they come to find out that the impossible meat was causing internal organ damage, you know what I'm saying? It was cancerous, all kind of fuck shit with the impossible meat. But I know for certain I wouldn't go eat that shit. If it got an title impossible meat, that don't even sound appealing. Like that, I'm not even enticed to fuck with that shit. My inner sensibility is like, that don't even sound right. It don't even sound right. You calling it meat, which it means flesh from an animal, but you saying it's impossible because it's not that. But it's supposed to have the same consistency, but none of the nourishment, none of the minerals and vitamins that's within the meat, because it's been eaten real life. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck wrong with people? But they rather eat that than eat, you know what I'm saying, animal flesh. But yet it's supposed to replicate animal flesh. That's crazy. That is so crazy. Like, what the fuck wrong with you? But you know, that's where people at. Or, you know, they don't want to eat animals because, yeah, animals do have spirits, but you still need flesh. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, you can survive off a plant-based diet, you know, whole grains, and nuts. You actually can thrive, and you probably will feel a lot better, and you probably have a lot more energy, because, you know, this is like stuff that isn't slayed, and it's still alive even when you consume it, especially if you eat a lot of raw vegetables and fruit. You know, it's still alive, which is kind of the same thing. This is kind of worse than eating animals, because plants, you know, are alive. They have a presence, you know what I'm saying, for real. So it's like, what the fuck? Like trees are abundant with life. They have life caught all on them and through them. There's insects that live inside the trees, all on the trees. Birds live in the trees. Squirrels, like, they provide shelter. They also provide the air we breathe. Without trees, which is the main primary producer of oxygen, humans couldn't even live in this motherfucker. But yet they made a sport out of cutting down trees. Like, damn, these niggas ain't got no sense of, you know what I'm saying, concern for Mother Nature or value of the land. Like, it's like everything's for profit. Greed is, it's like, when it comes to sins, that's their gasoline. You know what I'm saying? That's the fuel. Like, they just thrive off of sin. They don't look outside of self-indulgence, showing that, you know what I'm saying, like, we can tell that you really don't like to lean towards holy life. The shit you're doing is definitely marked unholy in a lot of sacred texts, and you know what I'm saying, that makes a huge statement, especially when y'all love to say that you Christians and y'all doing satanic ass shit. That shit don't make no sense, and yet they don't want to educate themselves. And when you try to insult you, and then you know, storm off and embarrass you, it's crazy. It's just so crazy how the ego stupid motherfuckers work. That's the shit that just kills me, because the stupid motherfuckers, they have the most just gassed up ego I've ever seen in my life. It's like, damn, how can you be so like motivated to be a dumb motherfucker? Like, what? You really believe in your own stupidity, and they'll be adamant, like, you know, they done killed people over their stupidity and shit, and then, you know, they consciously eat at them like Abraham Lincoln, because, you know, if you didn't know, Abraham Lincoln, the one who wrote the Declaration of Independence, was also a slave owner, but his consciousness got the best of him. You know what I'm saying? So he, with these self-evidence, all men is created equal, blah blah blah, which led to the Emancipation Proclamation. You know, people getting emancipated, aka free from slavery, which shit didn't mean everything was cool, because you still had dumb motherfuckers killing black folk, hunting black folk, people that didn't want to release their slaves, you know, people that were still hoarding and supplying slaves illegally. Like, just because that shit by law was documented as, you know, crimes against humanity, doesn't mean motherfuckers stop doing that shit right away, which was one of the things they failed to realize. And then the mental traumas that it caused, you know, and self-hatred it caused within the melanated community, because, you know, you had them fucked up ass people, like, if you ever watched Django, like how Samuel L. Jackson portrayed, which is some fuck shit. Man, you know, it's so funny, because, you know, you as an educated person, when you see this character that Samuel L. Jackson portrays, it was like a masterclass performance, because it's so fucked up that you like, damn, Samuel L. Jackson, you really know how to play them kind of nigga roles like a real coon. That's what they call them, coons. You know what I'm saying? When it came to, like, you know, like separating them from other black folk, that's what, you know, black folks would call them type of niggas. But people, white people call, you know, black folk coons, period. So it was just like, oh man, you know what I'm saying? But Samuel L. Jackson portrayed this character of the black folk who were so fucked up in their head, because they didn't want to be tortured, they didn't want to be subjected to the harshness of slavery. They would be so subservient and so motherfucking filled with shit in their nose from all the brown nosing, that they would just do heinous shit to their own people. You know, snitch on them for eating too much food, participate in the flogging if they try to run away, snitch on them if they try to run away, you know, spy on them. Like, just, they was the worst type of motherfuckers. And, you know, they were what people call Uncle Toms and shit. But you know, he played that type of black person, and that's the ironic part, because them black folks still exist in places like Mississippi. Or when you see one of the court hearings, like with Jasmine Crockett, you know, not to switch this over to politics and shit, but there was a court hearing where there was this one black chick, she was an older woman, and she kept trying to promote her book and shit, and then she tried to pretend like she couldn't recognize certain factions that were mobile under the current administration as white supremacist groups. And, you know, she kept trying to deflect from that question and ignore the question. Like, she was just such a yuck ass bitch, because anybody with an education know that she was trying to play dumb. You know, she was trying to like, oh, did you ask me a question? Well, my book, like, bitch, what the fuck your book got to do with this question? And we know that you understand the question, because, bitch, you couldn't have got to your seat in power if you couldn't comprehend what the fuck I'm saying. So she just was so like, ugh. I was just like, oh man, these are the kind of black bitches that they letting get in the seat of power. Hell no, get that bitch up out of there. And she was an older woman, just phony as fuck. And it's a lot of them bitches still around. You know, these is the people who who resorted to being conniving and subservient on a diabolical scheme with white supremacists. You know, these motherfuckers who they sold out their own people just to have a comfortable life, which should be the ones the first to die if a revolt ever happened, where they were holding these people accountable and killing them for their mass tyranny and genocidal mentality. Because you know, people are actually dying at the hands of other people because of this administration. You know what I'm saying? Like, people really getting fucked up. Like, shit is really bad out here. And you know, a lot of stuff you can't see on the news out here because it's paid for. They don't allow them to cover that kind of media footage because they don't want you to rise up and take action. So they hunt them people down that speak out against these things and, you know, subject them to fuck shit, torture, humiliation, despair, which are, you know, all psychological tactics to control the masses. If they show the public that, hey, we'll snatch your ass up, you know what I'm saying, talk that shit if you want to, which is like, damn, that's fucked up, you know what I'm saying. I'm just like, you know, speaking on the information that I'm seeing, and how it could be perceived if, you know what I'm saying, you look at it from transparency, you know what I'm saying, versus because you like a person, you know, you think that they're relatable type shit. Like, just because a person can talk to you in dummy terms, you know what I'm saying, to make you feel comfortable with what's going on, don't mean that motherfucker, that person, or that faction or group of people give a fuck about you. But you know, you can't force people to educate themselves. Like, everything is by choice. People have to educate themselves, you know what I'm saying, to rise up against a dictatorship, a tyranny. Like, you know what I'm saying. But if you don't know that you're being taken advantage of, what is there to rise up against? That's why they controlling the education, so you don't know what you really dealing with. It's like, how the fuck you gonna say, you know, you want to deport immigrants when you an immigrant yourself? See what I'm saying? That don't make no sense. But people don't look at that. They don't look at people's lineage, their history. They just, whatever motherfucker say to them, they just eat that shit up. If it sound good, okay, I'ma roll with that. Especially if it comforts their small box of thinking. You know, dumb motherfuckers hate to have their logic questioned, their reasoning, you know, distorted. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to understand that a lot of these racist motherfuckers, mothers and fathers and grandparents, have, you know, used force sometime to control their mentality. And then especially if they're being sexually abused, their spirit is being forced upon them, you know what I'm saying, and integrated throughout their entire being, so they unwillingly become like them because of the abuse, the trauma that they've been put through. Sometimes they don't have the mental capacity to go outside of the horrors that they've been accustomed to. Real shit. So, you know, empathy, it plays a huge role, you know what I'm saying, with the discretion of how you handle situations. But when you are not, you know, of God, aka having any consideration of human life, no matter what your nationality is, you should always have empathy for human life, because remember, you're a human. So how can your life be more than somebody else's? If you have no remorse or sense empathy for human life, and you could just kill a person because you think they're beneath you, you definitely not human. You on some demon shit. Definitely on demon time. You know what I'm saying? You devilish. Because the devil was really jealous of humans because God favored humans. If you want to go by biblical text, you know what I'm saying. So it's like, damn, God favored humans so much that the angels got jealous and they started to rebel because they were like, oh, why do you like humans more than you like us? You allow these humans to have more chances, and yeah, we have to blindly obey you. And you know, that's why Satan revolted, and he took angels with him because they were pissed that God showed more favor to humans than he did the angels. Which is like, wait a minute, but you created us too. You know what I'm saying? So that lets you know that even in the most holy can succumb to the 7 deadly sins. But you know, people don't take time to educate themselves. They just really don't. They just always allow people to cram their brain with what the fuck they want them to know, instead of learning on their own. You know, it's like a sense of laziness as well, because it's like okay, a lot of people, rather than read a book, they rather the book be read to them. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like that feeling. So that's why they rather let a person teach them versus them educating themselves, because it's easier, it's less strain on the brain, it's less energy output. But it's better when you read shit, because when you read shit, you also learn how to spell shit and you learn how to put it in proper context. But you also have to check the credentials and the source of what you learning, because if you getting your source from fucked up motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of medical data on melanated people and indigenous people, you know, is all derived from biased mentalities, because they used to say that black people had a higher pain tolerance, which gave them a justification not to use anesthesia during open surgeries and shit. Like this, and this shit is facts. This shit is also in history. You know what I'm saying? Which again, they don't like to talk about in schools, to really let melanated people know that they were subjected to forcefully inhumane treatment, because their supposed God, you know what I'm saying, told them it was okay to colonize and civilize uncivilized people by raping them and stealing their land and stealing their identity, just destroying it so they can't ever rise up or feel empowered about themselves. You know, confidence drives people. You know what I'm saying? Confidence to make you, you know, run for presidency. Confidence to make you stand tall in the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, these things are important, but if you break a person's confidence, you know what I'm saying, they don't have that determination, that drive to be excellent at anything. Confidence literally promotes, you know, excellency. So if you don't have that confidence to be excellent, you will never know your full potential. And if they hinder you, you know what I'm saying, by breaking your spirit, so you will never learn your full potential, you won't want to learn. You won't want to do more than what they told you you were capable of. That's the programming. That's the matrix that they want to keep you in, and shit. Those who are profiting off of your back-breaking labor, time consumption, and participation and shit. But I'm just like, man, you could drop jewels as much as you want to, pearls, diamonds, you know, but it's up to, you know what I'm saying, the individual to want to know how to find that shit on their own. You know what I'm saying? Want to know how to farm jewels and gems on their own. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's sad that that's where we at, and been at for a long time. But the women that are awoke, you know, the black women that I actually know what's popping, they was like, fuck that, let me go get a higher education, because if I have it on paper, they can't discredit me. You know what I'm saying? Especially if I come from a prestigious school. So they trying to take away, you know, even the resources so that people can go to school and get this education. They're really trying to fuck shit up. Like, it's sad. And then they trying to take away what's more creditable in the working field. Like, they trying to take away the role of nurses and shit, saying that they're not an essential form of work. But it's like the nurses is what the fuck is keeping people from, you know what I'm saying, going overboard in hospitals. They the ones that comfort people in a sick ass environment, you know, because a lot of illnesses is manifested from people's bad habits. You know what I'm saying? Especially internal damage, kidney failure, high blood pressure, diabetes. Most of that shit is self-inflicted because they don't pay attention to what they eat. You know, they put a lot of synthetic foods in their body, don't get proper exercise to oxygenize their bones and, you know, clarify their blood, because when your body is pumping harder, it moves things a lot faster. So it's like a form of detoxification when you work out. That's why working out is so imperative, you know, after you cross over into your 40s as a male and a female. But and you know, and it's imperative that you keep a certain eating diet, especially if you melanated. But you know, they don't encourage that in school. Like, they don't even tell you about the differences between melanated and Caucasian when it comes to the eating habits. You know what I'm saying? Because the things that Caucasian people get away with eating is not the same for melanated people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's imperative for melanated people to have a bigger diet when it comes to produce, alkaline foods, greeny vegetables, hardy green vegetables, because the chlorophyll in those vegetables help you process the sunlight. And it would be beneficial for a Caucasian person to eat more like a melanated person, since they lack melanin, but because their body doesn't produce the same kind of melanin, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if the eating diets of a melanated person would comply with their body chemistry. So it's like, you know, I can't speak for their autonomy, but I could speak for a melanated person, you know, because I am a melanated person, so I know what's popping. But anyway, outside of all that shit, it's just the world is really at the point of like, oh no, you know what I'm saying? What's really popping? Because since COVID, everybody that's was in school from the 4th grade on up into 9, the people that graduated high school, they are deficient when it comes to the knowledge that they were supposed to know, because they had got, you know, they were like trapped inside the house for a long ass time. Like 2 years went by, 4 years was going by with COVID. So, you know, education has been set back tremendously. So all those who are graduates of the COVID times are as equipped as those who went to school the whole full term of the 4 years of high school, you know, or back when I was going to school. Like, it's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? But especially down south. But you know, you know what I'm saying? That's, even though COVID hit, your ass still could have read a book. You still could have Googled a whole bunch of shit. You know what I'm saying? You could have YouTubed a whole bunch of shit. You still could have self-educated. But, you know,
I did not send for you.
that's on you.
So I see.
Because when I was dealing with that shit, I definitely was reading books, definitely looking up, you know, different things that's important, like my amendment rights, you know, traffic laws, what citations police can use, how to defend my rights if I'm presented with opposition, if a police illegally violate my rights and shit, what to do in the sense of a crisis, aka have that phone out, videotape that shit, make sure you live on some shit so that way it's on the internet so they can't snuff you out, you know what I'm saying? Because without video footage, your ass might end up dead, but if you got their ass on camera from start to finish, they can't illegally kill you because you got the proof to hold them accountable type shit. But, you know, shit, but the way it's going, dumb rights might get revoked to where oh no, you can't videotape a law officer, it's against the law, you're in prison, you know what I'm saying? so they could justify fucking your ass up with police brutality, because the police were never made to ensure your liberties and justices. They were made originally to recapture runaway slaves. That's what people don't know. That's what the law officers were originally made for. But, you know, especially down south.
You will know the building by this sign. You will see this more than once, but the first one will show you the entrance to the device. No human can operate it, but a vampire could.
What must I do?
Come here. Drink. Drink my blood. Now!
What manner of creature are you? You are like no vampire that I have seen.
Who I am, what I am, is of no concern to you. Time presses. He is here. Do as I tell you. If you are to destroy the device and save Nosgoth, you must drink. Ah. Oh, good. Yes, drink, my dark prince. Feel my powers coursing through your veins. You can manipulate objects already by sheer will alone. But, as you were taught, you can only use this ability at close range. By drinking my blood, you will be granted the gift of telekinesis. You will be able to manipulate objects at a great distance. And you will be able to activate this symbol and enter the device.
Bathe them in fire. Let them learn as they ride in the flames and their bones dissolve the futility of their actions. The vampire
But anyway,
kind shall be raised
it's
from
just,
land.
you know,
This world will be made pure by my hand.
different bloodlines, different ethnicities. And I don't oppose that. Like, I don't have to deal with the hatred of, you know, one side, like how some multiracial offspring are. I don't have to deal with that. Oh man, it's glitching so bad. You know, I don't have a mother that's like saying you nigger or that kind of shit. Excuse my language. But you know, just for educational purposes, the comment is I don't have to deal with that kind of situation. You know, that kind of hate. I was just taught to be aware that there are racist people in the world and there are brown shit stains in the world. And you know, ironically, I had to deal with that more so in Michigan than any other place I've ever been. Even when I was down south, I didn't have that kind of situation. And yeah, I had bigots, but it wasn't even from the white folk. I had more problems from the black shit stains than any white person down there, which is the most ironic shit. I was so like fucked up that was my experience. Like the brown folk was just so fucked up down there. I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? But you know, and then my experience with white folk was the most pleasant. Literally, every white friend I had was nice looking, really kind, and showed none but love. And I actually, I'm mad at myself for losing my phone because they were really good friends, and one of my friends had parents that were politically affiliated. You know, his mother was some kind of politician and his dad was a big doctor down there. So, you know, he had it going on as far as what his family consisted of. You know, they were successful people, so he wasn't suffering from poverty. Then Alex was another friend who, I didn't mean to say his name, but he was another friend whose family was well off, because they, you know, living down there, you can't be broke. You cannot be broke. It won't even permit it. But oh shit, hold on.
Who disturbs me? not one of my captors. King?
You know me, monster. My memory at present has its flaws, but I should certainly remember such as you.
We have not met. I know of you, of course. That you can return from the dead gives hope to us all.
I seek an ancient device of great power. I am prepared to kill any who stand in my way.
Have no fear of me. I am enslaved by the fiends that built this monstrosity to feed this machine with my life.
Then perhaps we have an interest in common. I'm here to destroy the device.
Yes, yes, I can help you then. That which you seek is too great for you to destroy alone. It descends far underground. It rivals a city in its size. To destroy the device, you must seek out the being that built it.
The Sarafan Lord.
No, no, it is older. Far older. Those who dwelt in Moscow eons ago left some structures in their passing. The device is one. The Sarafan Lord discovered how to use it. Only the Builder can make it stop.
Do you mean to tell me that this being still lives? It's impossible.
He is. Listen to me. There is a place in Moscow, far to the north, where time means nothing, where hours and years are frozen for eternity. The eternal prison. The wretches imprisoned there pay for their crimes for eternity. The Builder is there.
The Eternal Prison. I have heard of such a place. I didn't realize it was so close to Meridian. How do I reach it?
There is a tunnel leading out of the city through this room. It will take you to the prison.
And if this Builder refuses my help?
Tell him you wish to destroy the device. Believe me, he will aid you.
I hope for your sake that what you have told me is true.
You may believe me. Destroying the device will free me. At last, I will be in your debt, King.
Okay, cool. I don't know how many chapters it is, but I know it's a couple more after this. At least 3 or 4. Cause you do get like another power, and then it starts to get really interesting. But anyway, back to the Castlevania, right? I got caught up in politics because it's so imperative that, you know, you vote these midterms and vote period, even though, you know, they trying to rig shit, which is like, damn, you know what I'm saying? And they completely obvious with the shit. Oh, you know I don't fuck with these rats. Kill all these motherfuckers. 1.
A visitor, an intruder. We do not permit guests to disturb our routine. We are involved in the important work here, and nothing must be allowed to interfere. This is a place
See,
for those
the way they made it, this is supposed to be like a huge open world too, but they made it so linear to where it's like each place that he travels to, you know, you're at a different part of Nosgoth, but you're still confined within that specific area. There's no open there's no open world transportation. Man, it's like some Hellraiser type shit. But back to Castlevania. You know, you start off as a holy knight, and then with Lords of a Shadow, which I guess it's the big. Well, it's not the beginning because Dracula existed before. You know, like you're literally. I gotta do my more research with, because it's been so long since I played Lords of Shadow, the first one. But I know you are a holy warrior. You're part of the Belmont clan. You know, a bloodline that's been trained as holy knights to kill vampires and any kind of supernatural monsters that may plague the land. And the most successful clan on top of that. But you play as what is his name? I can't remember the Belmont you play as, but in its human form, you become a vampire, and the Lords of Shadows 2 takes place like after some incidents happen. Like Dracula is depressed. You know, he was sleeping in a coffin for like quite some time, and you wake up all old and decrepit, and he's having these flashbacks of when he had a family, which is weird because they don't explain when a Dracula, because he has a son too named Alucard, who Earth name was it's weird because in Lords of Shadow his name is Trevor Belmont, and then he grows up and then he becomes Alucard. But in the show, in the cartoon, the anime, they don't show any of his childhood memories. You know, because he wasn't originally a vampire. Like I forgot what happened to where he ended up changing him, and it's like, or he was half human, half vampire. Yeah, half human, half vampire. But I guess it wasn't awakening them or something like that. I gotta go. I forget, because they don't. That's one of the loopholes that I'm dealing with. Like the information on Trevor Belmont or Alucard, it's not heavily, you know, placed throughout the information or lore of the Belmonts, because you when you play Lords of Shadow 2, you're playing as Dracula, and then as you continue to grow stronger, you start learning more and more about why Dracula is so depressed, why he's moping around, why he looks so fucked up. But the thirst forces you to feed off of someone in the alley, and they restore your power, because what happens is, like, your castle is under siege by these holy knights that are suited up in armor. They just bust into your shit, and you know they trying to kill you. So because of your dormancy, like, he goes into torpor. That's what they call vampires' deep sleep, torpor. He loses a lot of his power, but his power is like placed all out through the castle. You know, his weapons that he used you know, as a human, his gauntlets, his sword. Well, some of the stuff he has is vampiric weapons, and it's like, okay, what the hell is going on, because they literally let you start off with a vampire whip, a blood whip. It's not even, you know, an actual whip. It's like a whip of blood that he uses to slay his enemies. And then when you progress a little bit, you get a sword of ice and then some gauntlets of fire, and you can switch between all three. The gauntlets breaks through heavily shield people. The sword, not only does it restores your HP, because it's like the Soul Reaver, kinda like it absorbs the HP of, you know, its enemies, but it also freezes your enemies too, so you can heal and you can restore your HP. I mean, freeze enemies with that weapon. But that's what they arm you with, and as you go throughout the game, you get new abilities. I'm trying to think, like double jump. They're not huge. They're not like Kane. Like Kane, his repertoire is off the chain. Like he's a vampire that, you know, you want to be and shit, cause he gets souped up. But Dracula off of Lord of the Shadows 2, they just really glorified the combat. They didn't really make him more vampiric. You know what I mean? Like, because he can feed off his enemies. You know, you have that, but you also can drain they life force with the sword. But when it comes to like vampiric shit, because he can turn to mist, he can dodge his mist, which is, again, you know, another ability Kane has. But he doesn't have, and he has that jump, but it's like only usable at certain parts of the game. Like when it's required for you to jump, that's when you get to see that he has that like super vampiric jump that all vampires have and shit. And then he has some other stuff, but it's not as flashy as Kane's. Like, it's not as memorable as Kane's. But it's definitely like a homage to Kane, because a lot of his stuff does favor, you know, in Lords of Shadow, a lot of the stuff you could do favors some of the stuff in Blood Armor 2, or just Kane, period. But then, you know, if you get the DLC, you could play with Alucard, and he could transform into a giant white wolf. He could transform into bats. He has a ice sword and a fire sword. He's actually out cold. Like, I like Alucard. Oh shit, I'm congested. He's actually pretty cool, but the hands down the best vampire story I've played on a video game is the Legacy of Kain series, because nobody has his confidence, nobody has his struggle. Like, he actually does go through a lot of shit, and you know, a lot of stuff that was pushed upon him was not his fault. You know what I'm saying? Like, he got killed because of the other agenda, an agenda of someone else had for him. Like, they knew that they could use him for their grand scheme of things, and his life was just, you know, one of the sacrifices they needed to go through what they planned. But he gets back. He gets their ass back. Like, he gets his revenge, and he gets, you know, to understand like why he was killed in the first place. It wasn't like, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like he was out being a tyrant, or he was foul in the land or some shit. He was, you know, a nobleman. He was actually a good person. So you get to extract your revenge, and then you get to find out who was the mass conspirator and the plot to kill you, and then or at least kill Kane, and then you get to, you know, move from that point on. After being liberated, you get to like just pursue your own agenda, but he chooses to embrace his dark gifts and say, well, fuck it, you know, since I'm mortal and my life was snatched up by humans, fuck these humans. I'ma just, you know what I'm saying, be that guy from here on out. And that's the role he takes. He is that guy. But type shit. But I'm just like, man, you know what I'm saying? Because he does fuck over some good subordinates. Because he's, you know, like, I ain't having nobody surpass me. And I don't tolerate nobody flexing in my face, none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though Raziel didn't do it deliberately or intentionally, you know what I'm saying? He just had a blessing through his dark gift. Like, his dark gift gave him wings, and Kane was not having that. So he got fucked over by Kane, and that's what Soul Reaver 1 and 2 is about. And then Defiance is about them coming together in the game and learning about their roles in Nosgoth, which is still fire, because you get to play with Kane in his more, what they call divine form, you know, because after a number of amounts of millennia, they no longer look humanoid. They began to, oh shit, he giving the business. They began to look like you know, demons. So it's a real cool series. Damn, he fucking me up. But oh no! You know, a cool series, and it definitely has room to come back. Like, I love Dawn Walker, and I'm like, if that's the new Blood Omen, I embrace that. Like, they needed to retell the story, and well, not really, because they could continue this story. Like, they still could continue it, and they can make it better, because they have room to rewrite what happens to Raziel, and they have room to change Kane altogether, or keep him the same, because in the end of Defiance, they become. I'm not gonna try to make any spoilers, but they're never mind. I still can't even say it because it takes away from a lot of the plot twists, but it's just that they have a resolution. That's what I'm gonna say. At the end of the game, there's a resolution, and with the resolution that they have, it could the game can progress and a whole nother direction that can merge it can merge both play styles, because Raziel was created to have a unique play style versus Kane's. Like Kane is more vampiric, and Raziel's is other, because he was a vampire, but he changed into a soul eater because of Kane fucking him up for surpassing him with his dark gift. At least his mobility surpassed the Kane. When he showed up with the wings, that was his worst mistake. He should have just got the fuck on and disappeared. But Kane don't do cowardice, and Kane's type of person where he will have motherfuckers come find you, and because they were because Raziel is Kane's son, vampiric son, he could track them down, through their bloodline connection. So it's not really anywhere that Raziel can run. The only way he could have survived Kane is to overpower him, but Kane was like, ain't no way any vampire can stand against me, because I have the Soul Reaver, and the Soul Reaver literally drains any person in contact's blood force. So if you're a vampire, you know what I'm saying, and you close by, if you point that motherfucker at you, you hit. It's gonna drain your life force, the blood right about you, and if it kill you, it literally paralyzes you. Like, it drains so much of your stamina. That's why they don't let you play with the bloods. The Soul Reaver while you're playing through Blood Omen 2. But as a reward, when you beat the game, you can play with his sword and his original armor. But he definitely you know what I'm saying, is uber powerful as the vampire that Kane is. And because he possessed the Soul Reaver, no vampire dared to go against him. They're like, hell nah, you could fuck a motherfucker up. Like, just with the Reaver alone, oh my god, I'm gonna have to fight him off this bridge, because this ain't working. But Kane, everything he got though, he earned. So it's not like he was a person who they made uber powerful. He has great character development, and it'll make you like, his journey makes you like really respect his gangster, because people was really fucking him over, like, and he was like, you know what, I ain't dealing with none of that shit. This ain't it. And he became a ruler of the land after being shanked to death, which I think is the best come up. You know what I'm saying? Not even death can stop your ass. And then everybody who conspired against you, you get a chance to kill their ass. That's like the best come up and the best revenge story ever. Plus you get immortality. You know what I mean? Like, he just has a really great character story base as a vampire. His ruling and his pilgrimage is like, okay, you can't even be mad at him. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, he don't play, but like Raziel, you can't say, when you learn who Raziel is, you can't really say that he didn't deserve it, if you know what I'm saying, if you're not looking from a vampire's perspective, because he killed a lot of vampires. You know what I'm saying? If you rocking with the vampires, then Raziel earned that ass whooping. But if you're looking from it as like he was a holy knight, a human who was fighting to slay vampires, it's like, well, damn, bro, you got the worst fate ever. Not only, you know what I'm saying, not only did the motherfuckers that you swore to kill and rid the land of, but you know what I'm saying, you are actually one of them. But that's not a spoiler. Like, you don't get to play with Raziel as a human. You literally play with Raziel in his vampiric state. But they released a 2D vampire game. I think they got inspired by Blood Rain, because I play both series, and Blood Rain has a well, it's not it's an upgraded 2D version of it. It looks way better than the 2D Legacy of Kain game they had came out with recently for the new what do they call that, remaster of the series of Legacy of Kain Defiance, Cerebral 1 and 2, because they remastered those three, but they didn't remaster Blood Omen 1 or Blood Omen 2, which is crazy. I guess they felt like Blood Omen 2 was still, it was just right in its format, so they didn't have a need to do that, but they should have, because but with Dawnwalker though, I think that's gonna, like, for those who like vampire series though, fill that gap, because it's huge, the world looks humongous, and from what it looks like, you might have a lot of abilities. And I think you could probably fly, because I seen another trailer where they had a vampire flying outside of the window, and I'm like, is that a gift that you can acquire? If especially with the world being as large as it is, that should be a no-brainer. You know what I mean? That should be a given that you can fly. But I don't know, and I'm looking forward to playing it. It's supposed to be coming out next month, but I'm like, dang, I gotta get me a PS5 to even play it. But that will be one of the titles I get though. A must-have for me. I'm still trying to rank up the retro games that you can't really find anymore that are really awesome, like Prince of Persia 2 and 3, well, the whole series 1, 2, and 3, which I don't know why they haven't remastered that, or better yet, remade it, because they can remake it and bring it back out, and it'll still hit, because it really is an amazing series. It's, it stands alone by itself. They're extremely difficult, I will say that, especially if you have no sense of patience or problem solving, because with the Prince of Persians, you have to keep in mind that you can control time, you can rewind it, you can, what I'm saying, you can speed it up, and those do play huge components in how you proceed through the story. And it's also imperative that you use certain aspects of how you control time while you're moving to actually navigate properly. But yeah, they discontinued that, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what's going on, Ubisoft? Because that was a fire title. Like, that was amazing. You ain't gonna need to live after this. I got you. Hold on. Bitch. Talking all that good shit. Fuck wrong with your dumb ass. Better watch your mouth. Alright. But yeah, it's alright. From what I've seen, I haven't played it myself, but in that series, in a 2D version that they brought out with the remaster of Legacy of Kain Defiance, if you buy the complete edition, you get to play that game, the prequel to Soul Reaver. Yeah, because it lets you play as Raziel with his wings, and unless you play as Raziel's sister, which I don't recall them saying he had a sister. I really don't remember none of that. I don't even know if they even said he had a sister. I know he has brothers, and his brothers also were part of it, and they were wrecking shit. Like, they literally is the reason why Vorador got killed, because they stormed his castle, and you know, took him out the picture. So they definitely get down. They definitely do their thing. But the series stops at Defiance. It stops after Raziel and Kane finally get to face off. Because Raziel wakes up mad as hell after Kane just does some grimy ass shit to him, and sets off to kill him. But because Raziel was out of commission for such a long time, the land and his brothers, they literally, I guess you could say, I'm not gonna say evolve, because some of them downgrade. So I'm gonna just say transform. They transform over time, and what the fuck? They transform over time, and become more demonic looking versus their human fledgling stage, which some became awesome. Like some of his brothers got the ability to live in water and shit. Some one became invulnerable, and only a certain way, a certain method it can hurt them, which is frustrating as fuck if you don't know how to hurt them. When you fight him for the first time, it's like, what the fuck, how am I supposed to hurt this guy? But you know, you deal with that, and it's not a hard fight, but the power you get from him is corny though. But you know, you have to use that to progress. And then it's crazy because in part 2 he doesn't even have the power anymore. It's like, where the fuck? You get a lot of different powers in part 1 that don't transfer over to the second one. Like, for example, in part 1 you get glyph energy, which is like, you know, different spells you can cast that's, you know, uses glyph energy. And they're powerful ass spells. Like, he gets a spell that can incinerate vampires, because it's like a spell that summons rays of the sun, and it kind of like fires off like a flash of light. It's like a wave of light that just erupts around you, and anybody close by will burn up. If they're a vampire, they'll, you know, spontaneously combust and fry. Then you get the glyph of fire, where your reaver can embed itself into flame and shoot out fire projectile. So if you shoot them with the projectile with the reaver, they'll, you know, combust into flames. It's not an instant KO, but they will burn. You know what I mean? It's like a dot damage attack, but it works, and it's very helpful. But that's one. Damn, that's one of the abilities you get. That's one of the abilities you get with the glyph energy, which was crazy because in part 2 you get different reavers, and they literally, some of the reavers that you get are reminiscent to the glyph energy that you could acquire in the first one. So it was like a reskin to me, but it just involved more lore and more story of Raziel, but they definitely reskin. And instead of them having glyphs, instead of them having glyph energy spells, and 2, they had the Reavers doing the same thing, but more intricate. Like, because you get I'm not gonna spoil it, but you get different elementals, you know, Reavers, and each Reaver can do things. And then they turned around and did the same shit, the same exact shit in Defiance, but they gave you more lore about, you know, Raziel and his purpose, and, you know, who he symbolizes in the world of vampires. And it was just like, damn, man, y'all could have got more creative with the pilgrimage of Raziel, because y'all just reskinned this shit 3 times and copied the storyline. I was really like shocked when I thought about what they did. I'm like, damn, you know. But the combat and the scenery is nice. So, you know, it's not like worth $30. Like, if you can catch it on sale for like $13, $15, then you in for a treat. Because the first one, you do get other powers though. You get the power to go through gates, you know, you can like dematerialize, you get the power to swim, you get the power to climb walls, because, you know, you have to slay somebody that gets like this spider-like ability, and any person that, any soul he consumes, he can inherit their powers. And, you know, it's kind of like Mega Man concept, but vampiric. Damn, you not dead yet? Oh, he did die. Cool. Man, these things is tough. Ooh. Okay. I'm just like, man, they did a good job though. Even though you can see the similarities in each installment, when it comes to the Soul series, they're still a lot of fun to play, because Raziel uses martial arts and his combat style. Kane is just all claws, especially in Soul 2. Raziel definitely uses martial arts. He has like this 3-piece combo. He pimp slaps you twice and hits you with a kick to your cranium. But in Defiance, they had the best combat system though, because you could use telekinesis with Kane. You could use stasis, where you could literally leave an opponent that you're fighting suspended in midair. That's how powerful his telekinesis is. He has different abilities, like he could teleport. He can use a field of electricity to paralyze and shock a multitude of enemies. He gets some nice abilities in Defiance. Kane does, and then Raziel, he gets elemental abilities that also give him other abilities too. Like his Reaver gets super powerful, and then he also gets telekinesis too. But oh, and Raziel literally can't die. Like, Once you lose all your health, you go into the spectral plane, the spiritual realm, until you get enough energy to manifest yourself back into the real realm or the physical realm. But he can't die. And then if you die in the spiritual realm, you will just respawn at the checkpoint. But with Raziel, you have 2 health bars, so it makes it extremely hard to kill your ass. But it's still a lot of fun though. It's so much fun playing with Raziel. It's just that like they got a little lazy when it came to giving Raziel features that are different. Not, well, I don't say features, but abilities that are different from Kane. But Raziel still ends up becoming uber powerful though, and it kind of like matches Kane's power level in Defiance. That's the whole purpose of showing that they are each other's equal, actually, which was unprecedented because unprecedented because no one in the land was as powerful as Kane, but Raziel managed to become his equal through preservation. Like, he was like, I ain't stopping until I kill this motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. He gotta die. I don't care what I gotta go through. As long as I can kill him, that's all I give a fuck about. And then, you know, Kane, being a slick talker he is, he does actually, out of all people he ever put his hands on, he actually does apologize, ironically, you know, about some shit that happened. But I ain't gonna spoil it for you. Like, I thought, you know, that'd never be the words to come out of his mouth, because he's like, you know, super arrogant, and he, you know, has no fuss giving policy. So I was like, oh yeah, Kane apologizing, never gonna see that. And then he surprised me. I said, oh, ain't that a bitch? He actually said he was sorry for that shit. I can't believe it. But you know, he definitely is a motherfucker. Like, Kane definitely won't hesitate to fuck your ass up if he feels a conflict of interest, or if he feels like, you know, you are against them. It's a wrap. Oh shit. I didn't know her eyes were stitched together. This shit a lot darker than I thought it was. I ain't wandering around here blind as shit. That's fucked up. I feel like putting them out of their misery. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Come here. Trust me. It's better for you to, you know what I'm saying, be a snack than stay up in here. You don't ever have to worry about this place. They make it so your food can't fall off the side of the cliff, but you can. Alright, I'll spare you. You was nice. You're not on the ledge. It's not too bad for you, but them other two, they was gonna eventually fall down and bust their shit. So I just got them out the way so they wouldn't have to, you know what I'm saying, worry about busting their ankle wide the fuck open. But oh wow, they're food for the spiders. I knew it. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of PS2 titles that just have disappeared. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Case in point, Shaolin Monks for Mortal Kombat, best Mortal Kombat installment ever made. It's an actual two-player co-op RPG that's a beat 'em up game. Fire. I own that one. I had 2 copies, but I cannot find my extra copy. I don't know where the fuck it's at. I gotta go look through the cases. I think it might be in my other. I have 2 cases. I have a Tomb Raider case and I have a black plastic case, and I think it might be in one of those. And you know, those are composed with like and compiled with Sega Saturn games and PS1, a lot of PS1 games like Legend of Dragoon, Tomba 2, Battle Arena Toshinden 2, no, Bushto Blade 2. I had Battle Arena Toshinden, but I don't know what I did with it. I can't find it. NBA Live 98, Astro Boy, which is not Astro Boy, but Astro, is Sega Saturn game. Shining Wisdom, which is like a RPG game that's like Zelda, but for the Sega Saturn. Iron Man, Street Fighter, I can't remember the other Sega Saturn game that I had. And then I have Croc, the first Spyro. These is PlayStation games. Tomb Raider 3 and 1. Had 2, but I don't know what the fuck I did with it. It might have been a rental. Tekken 1 and 3. What else? Hold on. I'm having. Oh shit, she look fucked up. I can't remember the other games I had, cause I definitely had I had a few, but I just can't remember what they are. I know. Oh, Final Fantasy 7 and 8. I got those in the hard cases. Like I don't have them in my Tomb Raider case. It's crazy because Chrono Cross was re-released for the Nintendo Switch, which I'm planning on buying for the Switch 2 when I get one. I just don't like the fact that you can't live stream from your Switch. I don't know if you could do that from Switch 2 though, but I know that you can't do that on Switch 1. If they put the live broadcast feature on the Switch 2, they will get way more publicity, you know what I'm saying, and make way more money, because you could just upload it straight to your YouTube channel if you're a content creator off of the Switch, like you could do off of other consoles. I haven't played with the Xbox X series on my own. Every time I played the Xbox Series S or X or the newest Xbox, whatever, Xbox One, whatever the fuck one is the most recent one, I played over somebody else's house. Like when I visited T and when I stayed in Wyandotte, you know, they played the Xbox One all the time, and they had a Switch, no PlayStation. Only people that had the PlayStation was me and T, and T had a PlayStation 3 that was fucked up, and a 360, and I had the PlayStation 4, and I've had the 360 and the Wii U. Well, I still got my 360. I still got my Wii U. And I still play with both of them too. Like my Xbox, I go play it for Tenchu Z, and for the Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles games, cause that's my shit. I play them, and I usually always get all the Chaos Emeralds in the first 3 stages, you know, and then I play it to the end of the game. Sometimes when I play with Sonic and Knuckles, the attachment, I'll get all the Super Chaos Emeralds and be Hyper Sonic or Hyper Knuckles or Hyper Tails, but it just take so long to find the Master Emeralds, because when you play with the attachment of Sonic and Knuckles, once you leave Angel Island, because the game Sonic 3 takes place in Angel Island, and then you leave Angel Island and go to the floating island where Knuckles is guarding, you know, the Master Emerald at. And once you get there, Knuckles clashes into you. No, well, after you beat Sonic 3, you have all the Chaos Emeralds. But when you come to the floating island, the emeralds resonate at your presence, and they magically teleport to this inner sanctum inside of the floating island, where the Master Emerald, or Master Emeralds, I ain't gonna say Master Emerald, but the Master Emeralds, because it's multiple of them, are located. And in order for you to power them up, you have to go and beat the mini game zones that represents each particular colored emerald. And then once you finish all the little mini game trials, if you get all the Master Emeralds powered back up, you could become Hypersonic, which is like stage 2 Super. Like, they was on that shit way before Dragon Ball Z. But it's fire though. It's literally the best way you can play Sonic. Like, if you really want to have a good time playing Sonic, you definitely want to play Sonic 3 with the Sonic and Knuckles attachment, because you get to run through all of Sonic 3 stages, and then continue on into the Sonic and Knuckles stages, which are way more difficult, way more challenging, and the hidden mini game areas to get the Chaos Emeralds are really well hidden. Like, you have to be very thorough trying to find them all. But it's, 7 in total. You get the 7 emerald, and then bam, you become Hypersonic, or Knuckles, or Tails. And each one has different abilities. Like Supersonic is invincible. You can, you run super fast. You can fly. Hypersonic, oh shit, Hypersonic, you get this ability to double jump, and not only do you get the ability to double jump, but you get this like boost, like the double jump ability. It's like amplified by another jump that's like a dash. Like, it turns from a jump into a dash. Like, after you double jump, you get like this boost dash that'll like perpetuate you into super speed if you're using the burst ability in the direction that's preceding you forward. But if you use that dash ability as a extra jump, it'll perpetuate you into the air. But that's one of the bonuses you have from playing with hypersonic, with Sonic, and then you have 3 after images that follow you, and if the after images touch your enemy, they instantly die. So they definitely soup you up, and it's worth getting, but it is hard to get though. It's not an easy task. That shit is hard, especially if you can't even acquire hypersonic if you don't have Sonic and Knuckles through attachment. You can't even do it. Like, there's no way. They won't even let you. It's kind of like an expansion pack to Sonic and 3, because since the story is connected, they let you play it that way. Sega was genius. They were actually pretty fire, but for some odd reason they struggled with business. Oh shit. Then PlayStation came out and was like, yeah, what the fuck y'all talking about now? Versus Nintendo, they stayed making consoles and shit. Sega just stopped putting out consoles and was like, oh shit, we going under. What the fuck we gonna do? And then Sonic kept them alive, and then they started making other titles like Shinobi 1 and 2, and that hits PlayStation. But when you see who the producer is, it says Sega. Like, damn, Sega, what the fuck, y'all didn't want to make your own console? It's too pricey or some shit. And then all of a sudden, Shinobi disappeared. It's like, what the fuck? Shinobi was on Sega one. They had 3 titles of Shinobi, and Shinobi is a fire ass game on a Sega. It's a nice little 2D hack and slash beat 'em up platformer game. It's a lot of fun, but it moved it progressed into a 3D game on a PlayStation 2, but somehow didn't make it past that. Like, huh? How do you not make it to PS3? How you not make it to Xbox? You know what I'm saying? 360. What the fuck? Or how do you didn't get picked back up by Nintendo or some shit? Because these were decent selling titles, and they actually are not bad games. Like, they actually are really, really good. But they just got snuffed out, literally. But they can bring them back. You know what I'm saying? They can put them on the PlayStation Arcade, or the Xbox Live Arcade, or the Nintendo Switch online store as Bible games and shit. I mean, you still can go buy like those discs that have like Sega's retro hits or classics, and enjoy them that way. But with the way shit going, they trying to make hard copies obsolete. Like, you ain't gonna be able to buy this no more. You know what I mean? And if they don't have them digitally, it's like, how the fuck am I supposed to obtain these games if I want them? But I don't know. That's why I'm glad I got my PS2 and I got the PlayStation going games that I love. Like, I almost freaked out. I was looking through my games. I'm like, where's my Dragon Ball GT Final Battle at? Because that is a really hard game to find, and it is the best fighting game that they made on a PlayStation. It's fire. And I was looking for it. I thought it was gone, and I had because I couldn't find it, I was starting to get real man, I was sinking into the dark side of depression and shit. I'm like, oh no, not my baby. Oh my god, where the fuck it go? You know what I'm saying? I was hurt. But then I found out that I still had it. I found out that I still have it. So that made my day, because I was like, damn, what the fuck? Where the fuck it go? You know what I'm saying? Like, did I know I ain't trade that shit in, because I know you can't find that. I know, like, that's when I went to disc replay. They had a huge variety of games at that time. Like, the PlayStation catalog was huge, and then I'm like, damn, they are new. Like, this is a new store, and I looked around, and I'm like, oh shit, y'all got GT Final Bout? Do you know how hard it was to find this game? Like, and then it stayed when Blockbuster used to carry it as a rental. It stayed rented out. Like, I every time I went to go check it out, it was gone. Then when I got it, I kept renting it out. Every time I took it back, I rented it out again because it was so much fun. And all my friends would come over, and when I tell them, like, look, I got a Dragon Ball game that's GT. A lot of people didn't even know GT existed back in the day because Japan was so far. No one knew that GT was a thing. Like, it was like all they knew about was DBZ and Dragon Ball, but because I told them, hey, this is after Dragon Ball Z, they're like, what? How? Dragon Ball Z ain't even finished. What the fuck is you talking about? You know what I mean? And then when I showed them, it was like, oh shit. So it made the demand for it high when it came to my friends, and then my cousins did too, and they wanted to play, but I kept whooping their ass in it, and people get discouraged when you don't let them win, so I forgot all about it. Shit, I forgot all about it, but I've had it since then, and it looks brand new. I'm so glad. Like, I took care of my shit. I used to have a case, but I can't even find the case now. I was like, damn, what the fuck? Where did the case go? Because I can't find it. I looked for it. It might be in my other container of games, because like I have a container of games that are not at my like right in front of me right now. Like, they're accessible. Like I can go and grab them, but I just have them put up in storage because I wasn't playing them at the time, and I have a lot of shit, so I'm like, yeah, as long as they in a tote safely, placed, I'm cool with that. But sometimes I do go back and play, when I'm feeling nostalgic, or I feel like I really want to, enjoy an older game. Like, one of my hesitations of playing older games is the resolution. Like, because when you play new games, you know what I'm saying, or modern games, the visual strain on your eyes, it's like, it's not as intense. But when you go and play these older games, it's like, it kind of like, makes you discouraged to play them after being immersed in new graphics. Like, it's like, damn, who want to take steps back in this bitch? You know what I mean? Like, fuck. But that's what makes them so gnarly to play, because you get to see the contrast and the improvement over time. And like, if you have a thing for, like, retro stuff, or just classics, that are timeless, you will still play them and you will still have a great time, because a lot of the PlayStation 1 games are awesome. Like Sub-Zero Mythologies, fire. Typhoon, fire. Blood Omen 2, fire. Tomb Raider series, fire. Jersey Devil, fire. Bubsy the Bobcat, fire. Crash Bandicoot 1 to 3, fire. Jack and Daxter the series, fire. I'm going between PlayStation 1. I'm going through PlayStation 1 titles and PlayStation 2 titles. Some are PlayStation 1, some are PlayStation 2. The Jack and Daxter are PlayStation 2. Everything I named previously is PlayStation 1. Typhoon, Sub-Zero Mythologies, Crash 1 to 3, Tomb Raider 1 through 3, all PlayStation games. Bubsy the Bobcat, Jersey Devil, Croc 1 and 2, all PlayStation. 1 games. Vigilante 8, first and second offense, Twisted Metal 1 through 3, Test Drive, Grand Theft Auto. But Grand Theft Auto, hold on a sec, I gotta get something to drink. Alright. Oh shit. I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. Fuck, you gonna follow me all the way back here? FYI, he's strong as fuck because water's supposed to kill vampires. Immersion in water is supposed to kill them. And you know he don't die. You can hear him. Yeah. There we go. I need that health upgrade because, man, the harder it is to kill you, the better your play experience. For real, for real. Oh. So I'm supposed to jump down that bit? Hell nah. Oh, let me go get my snacks. Cause he showed to interrupt me. Alright, cool. I did not want to miss that. I'm like, with this game, every kill counts. Because that might be the one kill you need to level up. And because you let that one person slide. And I had some Somalis earlier when they had some backlash. Their motherfuckers was trying to give me indigestion, and I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on? Because they wasn't spicy. They definitely wasn't pork. Granted, they wasn't fresh tamales, but you know, they were beef and they were delicious. For a quick fix, but I'm like, man, you know, I want to try homemade fresh ones that are beef or in chicken. But I don't have anybody that I know can make them. I mean, I can learn myself, but I don't have the steamer to cook them in. I know all I need is some corn masa,
some corn husks, and you know, the proper seasonings for the meat. But I'm like, man, where the fuck I'm gonna get corn husks from? Buying fresh corn in this bitch, and then I gotta shuck it. Then I gotta I'm like, I'm not certain if I'm supposed to let it dry out, or am I supposed to oh, do I gotta jump up there? I do gotta jump up there. Or use, you know, use old corn husks. Like, you know, do I use them fresh or do I use them old, like dried out, brown? To hold the masa as it cooks, as the steam cooks. I just don't know. I gotta do my research. I looked how to cook some a while ago, but the chick who made them, she had, you know, all authentic pottery, you know, because she was a Mexican, who lived out, I forgot where, but you know, definitely a Mexican country, or state. She owned her own restaurant, so she did everything from scratch. But she made me really intrigued with the with trying some fresh tamales, because the canned ones are off the chain, and they have some restaurants where I live at where you can go buy some from the restaurant, but a lot of them be pork, and the ones I came across, I ain't even gonna hold you up. Like, I went to this restaurant that's famous for their nachos, their burger nachos, and I saw a guy just raw dogging the meat, like for real. He literally scooped up some meat with his hand, like no cap, and that kind of like grossed me out because he didn't have on no gloves, and he wiped his face, and you know, pushed his hair back, and I'm like, bro, like, that's gross as fuck. Do you know some people's faces be looking so nasty from acne and shit because they don't know how to wash their face properly? They don't keep clean pillowcases. You know, your pillowcase is a huge reflection too of your overall hygiene. If you ain't keeping clean pillowcases, your face not gonna stay clean, and that shows how often you wash your, you know, your sheets too. So it's like, you know, some people's overall appearance sometimes and hygiene be like a window into how they living. You know, some people be struggling, and then some people just nasty than the motherfucker. Well, they just choose to be nasty. Wow. But, you know, like I said, I'm not judgmental. Each his own. But I just know what I want in my life. and in my space, and I can't do filth. You know, sometimes I may have my games and shit laid around. It might be a little clutterful, but never no just downright blatant filth. Like I can't do that. That shit's so gross to me. You not washing your ass every day and you trying to be intimate with somebody, that ain't gonna work for me. I'm instantly disgusted. I'm instantly turned off, and I'll never consider you as a person of intimacy. You know what I'm saying? Seeing that shit, like that's some shit you don't want nobody to see, especially if you want to be, you know, laid up with them. What the fuck? Why would you even let them see that you ain't washing your ass? You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't even. I wouldn't even want to put that impression out there. But some people, it's just that nasty, or just don't give a fuck. So, you know, I'm like, you ain't gotta convince me you a nasty motherfucker. I get it. Don't worry, I'm convinced. I don't need to attend no classes, no seminars. I don't need no emails or the shit. I don't need no text messages. You know what I'm saying? All I need you to do is stay the fuck away from me type shit. You go that way, I go the way. You know what I'm saying? Cause to me, that shit is inexcusable when you have the resources to wash your ass. Now you homeless, you know, you funky because you just ain't trying. You just terrible. But if you homeless and you know what I'm saying, you trying but you really going through it because you being blackballed or you just don't have the resources to wash your ass, I can understand that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to condemn you or look down upon you because, you know, you could lose everything at the blink of an eye. And you could be going through shit too that you would never thought. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, it's best not to judge nobody's predicament. Because you just never know how your car is gonna play out. That's so good. Lemonade made from fresh lemon juice is the best lemonade. It's better than that powder shit. Its taste is so much different. It actually hydrates you. Like for real, you can feel your body being hydrated when you drink fresh lemonade with real lemon juice. The taste hit different. It's just so much better than powder shit. Like it's like a wake up to the body, like, oh yeah, versus that powder shit. I can't explain it. You just gotta taste it for yourself and then you'll understand what I'm talking about. Man, be strong and crazy as fuck. This place is so fucked up. We got tortured souls wandering around here, can't see. But ironically, you know, when you pull your sword out on their ass, But don't know you there though. Yeah, I hate these guys. They do that bullshit. Oh, and they're kind of hard to block. Fuck out of here. You want to be extra, none of that shit helped your ass in the long run. Alright. Okay, so I can't. Wait, what? Where the fuck is that? Oh. No, wait, where is the switch at? Alright, now I can. That's where I need to go. Oh, I'm like, where?
Prisoner, I require information.
You are not a jailer. I beg you, release me.
First, you must answer me. I seek a prisoner in this place, a builder. He created a large device that lies below the city of Meridian.
Seek no further. I am he.
How fortunate. I intend to destroy this device. I was told only you can tell me how.
I can indeed help you. But in return, I need an end to my suffering.
Tell me of the device and I will grant you any request within my power.
Yes, the device. The device was built as a weapon eons ago when two races warred with each other for dominance of Nosgoth. It houses an ancient creature whose very mind is capable of killing any living thing with but a thought. The device was to channel the mental energy of this creature and direct it onto Nosgoth. It would attune the creature's mind to kill all living creatures except for my race. Before it could be completed, however, I was imprisoned here, and the rest of my race was banished to another far more terrible realm.
So this device was never finished, and yet the creature still lives within it.
It was dubbed the Mass. It is eternal and deadly, yet harmless without a channel for its mind. But we never completed the weapon. We needed a way to send its energy out of the device and into the land itself. We needed a conduit throughout the cities, a network, if you will. Once this network was created, the device would channel the mental energy of the Mass and send death upon our enemies.
You say
What?
a network, placed like a web throughout a city.
We never completed the network. We never used the device.
But the Sarafan Lord will. The glyphs. He is using the glyphs to channel the Mass, to wipe out the city, humans and vampires alike. That must be his plan.
If this is indeed true, you must act quickly. It would be too large a task to destroy the device itself. You must kill the Mass itself.
You said this creature was eternal.
It has a simple weakness. Blood is like poison to its system. And not any blood, but pure blood from the elder races. My blood. My blood will poison and kill the creature. Drink from me, vampire, and use my life's blood to kill that which I created out of arrogance and pride. Kill me so that the Mass will die, and the device will be destroyed.
You have suffered here in eternity, poor wretch. I will grant you release from your prison, and I will carry your blood in my... The Sarafan Lord's plans tumbling before him.
Alright, cool, because I'm ready to get the fuck up out of here. Oh my god.
You have ruined everything. Now these lives can never be redeemed. Our great experiment for nothing. For nothing.
Oh, nasty. What? Oh my god. And I lost my sword. Fuck. I panicked.
Have ruined everything. Now these lives can never be redeemed. Our great experiment for nothing. For nothing.
Oh, you big mad. Too bad. Ooh, that hurt. Man, that was, oof. More nerve-wracking than I expected. Yes, got my sword back. Cause not having that was oh what? I was up there then I fucked up. How can you see when you ain't got no eyes? But you're lying to me. There we go. Sorry, I need a little snack real quick. Besides, you stuck up here, ain't shit you gonna miss, you know what I'm saying? Oh, damn, they look fucked up. Oh, that bit. Oh shit. Oh! Hehe. Oh, here we go. You know what? Let me save it right here, cause this might do glitch up. The fuck? Oh no. Damn, he is like relentless. Oh shit. Is it a... Oh. Tired of this guy following me. Ah, it must be the boss fight time.
So many enemies, both stone and flesh. I won't lift a finger! I will destroy you with my mind! I will defy
from your entrails.
Oh shit. Cook my ass.
I will defy. Glad I only incinerate you. Many enemies, both. Glad I only incinerate you. I will defy from your entrails. Glad I only incinerate you. Water is not my friend.
This fool said water is not my friend. Got the fuck on.
Where has he hidden himself? Think it possible. What? Where? Who?
What the hell, dude? Where the fuck you go? What?
magic is this? Think it possible? What? Where?
Got me.
Fog lifts. Sire, wait.
What trickery is this?
No trickery, sire. I am your servant once again. Your champion.
Pathetic wretch. I have no... Magnus? Could it be?
It is I, sire.
How is this possible? Here, in this cursed place, was my finest warrior. The Sarafan had fallen before him by the score. Together, he and I were invincible. Until... Magnus, the traitor. Is this your reward for betraying me to the Sarafan Lord?
Sire, I did not...
You left my camp in the night to join with my enemy, like all the others.
Sire, no. I wanted only to serve you. I thought in my pride I would strike a blow that would end the war. I went to kill the Seraphim Lord, alone. I was your champion.
You never returned.
I failed you. I tried to kill him. Even now I cannot remember how he defeated me. I was struck down, helpless. And then, through his foul magic, he took my mind and transported me here to this hellhole. But what of you, sire? I heard that you were dead.
I'm not so dead as some would like to have me. As you see, I have returned. Magnus, my champion, you have suffered long enough. It is with pride that I grant you your death.
Sire, my thanks.
Go, my friend. Be free, as the rest of us. Living or dead can never be.
I sense a change in you. You found the Builder.
You are perceptive. He gave me his blood as a gift. I gave in return the gift he most wanted. Death.
You are ready to descend to the device. Time grows short. My life is drawn from me. The device is alive. You must destroy it.
What can you tell me of the creature within?
The slaves speak of it as the Mass. It has great power, yet it is just an animal. The blood in your veins will kill it.
How do I reach the device?
This passage will lead you there.
I will return when the device is destroyed.
Wait. You must know your true enemies. My captors. They are not of this world. They control the glyph magic by which Meridian is enslaved. They pull the strings of the Sarafan while in the disguise of the glyph rites. They are called the Hilden, and their leader is, of course,
The Sarafan Lord.
they are powerful creatures, Cain. You will encounter them below. Beware their magic. Now, find the mask. Destroy the device.
You may toast my victory at day's end. Until then.
All right, cool. Man, it's taking a long ass time to level up this time. Oh man, you a hard time. Kinda, sorta. Oh shit. Oh, this motherfucker. Got me. I think I'm gonna kill this one. I'm gonna take a break. That beauty rest. For real. I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule, but man, I be getting distracted sometimes. Sometimes I just can't go to sleep, so I be up. And then I was trying to watch that Anne Rice series, Interview with the Vampire, but it's called The Vampire Lestat. And you know, it's some of the shit I'm just not feeling. Like, his singing sucks ass. His lifestyle definitely demonic. I mean, if you want to look at it from a biblical standpoint, because he is highly promiscuous. He is, you know, using all kind of different drugs. It's just like a waste of vampiric life, literally. But you know, I'm like, I don't know why people love to highlight and glamorize and desensitize just
fucked up shit. You know what I'm saying? Like promiscuity can lead to disease. You know what I'm saying? Bacterial infections, aka STDs. Um, you know, drug use can lead to the destruction of your vessel, your mind, body, and soul. You know what I'm saying? Because once your mind is tricked into codependency, you know what I'm saying, your flesh is going to deteriorate, and your soul is left, you know what I'm saying, in disarray because you just disregarded your mind. Like, your mind knows the shit bad for you, but you said fuck the mind, and your body gonna pay the price because that's what you know what I'm saying, you subjectifying to it. And it's just like, for what purpose though? For a quick and dopamine rush? Like, that shit ain't worth it. And then once you get cleaned up, now you got to come with the terms that you were a real fiend, that you just screw up your whole life and other people's lives because of your addiction. And then they try to say that addiction is the disease. Now when it comes to drugs, that was a choice made off of bad, you know what I'm saying, self-worth. It either wasn't there or it was extremely low. Man, my whole bar gotta be full to kill one of these. I mean, to use a annihilate. It's alright. I'm still going. Fuck around with you. Footing that ass. You know you earned this shit, stupid ass bitch. Fuck around with you. The next one of y'all, see, I'm exterminating with extreme prejudice. Lighten that ass up. So let your peoples know. If they come my way, it's KO today. Wait, hold on. And now my abilities are stacked. I'm maxed out. Can't get nothing new. Now see, in Defiance, how cool it is to jump, they took that ability away. Now it's more like a action command at certain plot interests of the story, like a part where it requires you to travel across a gap or something. It'll just be like a little area, it'll be highlighted, and it'll say press jump, and then he'll do like that jump. But you see how it is on here, where I could just will it at my own fruition, which is, you know, more realistic and a lot better to deal with. It's funner. It makes you feel more, you know. It makes you feel more immersified into the game. Like, it makes you feel like you're playing with a real vampire. But on there, you know what I'm saying, it's just like, yeah, you understand what's going on, but it just doesn't feel the same when you can control his abilities that thoroughly versus them having it automated at certain plot interests. So I'm just like, I love the game, but some things they did, I wish they wouldn't have done that. But with Dawnwalker, I don't know if you could just do that at your own fruition, the jump he has, or if it's like a marker just like just like this one, where you have to be at a certain plot interest for you to have that ability to jump, you know, across great distances. That I'm still uncertain of, but you know, that was like something that they want you to experience with proper gameplay, you know, hands-on gameplay versus them showing you everything, which I don't mind, but I just hope that like that's not everything that they showing. Like sometimes the best highlights of the game when they showing you commercials be all that there is to the game. Like that's the only driving factor that's making it interesting, is that element that it has. And I don't like that shit. Like for example, with the Matrix games, right? With the Matrix games, they was like, oh yeah, you know, kung fu and controlling time is you know what makes the Matrix spectacular, but that's all. Like, then what I mean by that is like, you know, Neo can fly. Neo has super strength. He can also use telekinesis. But you don't get to use those kind of abilities. You just use the martial arts and the ability to slow down time. So it's like, well, damn, you know, y'all just like denied a person if they want to play with Neo his whole spectrum of abilities. Like, you know what I'm saying? Flying is huge. Like that's what makes him the one versus everybody else in the Matrix system. That is his strongest feature. And then he has, you know, superhuman strength, which a lot of them do, but you know, like where is that at? You know, like why isn't that more glamorized? You know what I mean? Like it's just left. It's like, oh, that's just a part of the game, but it's not really highlighted, like where you feel it, like you know, like you can't lift up a car and throw it at somebody or something, type shit. But you know, when you punch them, you can send them flying, or if you strike the ground with a certain kick technique or something that, you know, makes them like stump the ground or something, you will see a indent in the ground, or you will see, you know, some destruction of the earth. If you're playing, you know, the game, but it's I don't know what to say, because it's nice, don't get me wrong, it's fun, but the limitations, you know, it's like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, where's all that real good shit that comes with, you know, playing as Neo? But the Matrix games don't even allow you to play as Neo. They allow you to play as Naomi and the other guy that she was with when they pulled up in Matrix 3. But the new Matrix game that's supposed to be coming out for PS5, you get to play as Neo, and you're like in the Matrix world, and you can fly at your own discretion. It's like a starting game ability, from what I've seen, you know, with the trailers. But it's like, well, damn, you know, what happened to it? I thought y'all was really going hard with this game, you know, because they had a lot of publicity for it, as far as it being published in magazines, IGN, GameSpot, and then it just disappeared. Like nothing else was said about it. And it's like, well, are y'all going to remake the Matrix or something? And are y'all going to make Neo black, or, you know, because like some people don't know that the person who made the Matrix was a black woman, and the idea was taken from her by, you know, a colonizer. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, well, damn, like what the fuck, what the fuck? Like, well, is that the image she intended Neo to look like? Because originally, you know, it came from a melanated person. So was that her image? What she wanted Neo to look like? I'm not saying Keanu Reeves ain't do a good job, but if they was gonna do the Matrix, they could have made him Jet Li or something. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who actually knew kung fu. I don't understand why you would not. You know what I'm saying? Or at least, you know, Michael J. White, somebody that knows martial arts.
Help me! Somebody help me, please!
But that's not the case. The case is that it's just left with you like picking up, you know, where Naomi and oh shit, Naomi and that guy that she shows up with in Nebuchadnezzar to rendezvous with Neo. You play as dumb people, and you know they're okay, but they're no Neo. So you definitely feel cheated. At least I did. I felt really like, what the fuck? I bought the Matrix to play with Neo, not Naomi, not this, you know, random ass Asian guy. Who the fuck gives a fuck about playing with this motherfucker? I don't. I want to play with Neo, or at least, you know, his girl Trinity, fuck, or Morpheus. You know what I'm saying? Let me play with somebody that matter. Fuck around with y'all. But they, I don't know if they discontinued the project or there's another installment when it comes to the movies, the movie lore coming out, and they may want to release it once that comes out. I'm not sure what their intentions are with the progress of the series, but I know that was supposed to come out with the launching of PS5 and a new Xbox, but as you can see, it's not out yet. And I think they trying to debug it, because it's supposed to be like an open world where you can fly, you can drive cars, you know, you can hijack, you can learn new forms of kung fu. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be like, you know, an open world MMO type of thing, because you can create your own character, but each time, you know, each person who creates their own character, they get like the one, like, because they are that one, you know, role of abilities: flight, super strength, super speed, you know, Superman shit, but without the ice breath, the heat vision, X-ray vision, you know, wind breath. You don't have that. You're not an avatar. You know what I'm saying? But Superman was the first avatar, though. He could control wind, fire, ice. He was super fast. He could fly. But yeah, they limit you so much. Oh shit, I'm about to die. I'm about to fry his ass, or he just gonna whoop my ass. But anywho, I'm just really burnt out of them starting things and get you geeked up for it, and then they don't finish it, because they definitely left it like, well, fuck it. They haven't said anything else about it, and I'm like, well, what the fuck happened? Because I was looking forward to that. I was gonna grab that too on the PS5. That was like one of the titles I wanted, and the MMOs I wanted, because that's the direction it was supposed to go in, which is not bad. That's actually a genius idea, especially if they're gonna keep the franchise together. But it's like, you know, what can you make? Because the last Matrix 4, that shit was garbage, and they got lazy. It's like, because they knew Keanu Reeves had aged some, They was like, oh, you don't have to do kung fu anymore. We're just going to give you telekinesis, and you could just wave your hand and fuck people up instead of you having to know kung fu to look all, you know, sophisticated and the reason why you the one. Which is like, that's the point of watching the Matrix, was the kung fu. That's what made it stand out. But it's like, oh man, what the fuck. Now, you know, he has telekinesis, which is a great enhancement on his powers, but it's like, so y'all just gonna abandon the kung fu? I mean, you know, but with telekinesis, what the fuck you need kung fu for? So it's just, it was just like a clusterfuck of just them trying to excel Neo with his abilities, but also, you know, shortcut, because since they incorporated telekinesis, he barely did any kind of fight scenes, and the fight scenes he did on the last installment was trash. Like, I was like, damn, bro, like he was doing more kung fu on the first, second, and third one, you know, than you did on in this one. Like, you barely did shit in this one. Like, majority of the time, he was running or getting fucked up or blocking. It's like, dude, that's not the reason why I watched the Matrix. I watched the Matrix because I thought I was gonna get some good kung fu. So I was really shocked. I was really shocked that they, oh my god, I was really shocked that they my hand was itching. I was really shocked that they just dumbed it down like that. I'm like, yeah, Keanu Reeves, man, it's time for you to let go of them action roles that require you to do shit like that, because if it was your idea and not participate in the kung fu, or you felt like, you know, it was too strenuous to your current state of health or, you know, physicality, you shouldn't took the role. You know what I'm saying? No offense, because he does play some great movies, like Devil's Advocate, great movie, a really informative and spiritual movie if you are curious as to how you know, how the devil can integrate into your life based upon your actions. You know what I'm saying? Because that's kind of like the point of the movie is, you know what I'm saying, how your actions will lead you closer to God or away from God. And, you know, his actions was leading him to hell, basically. And he found hell on earth. That was like, you know, because it also does say that within the Bible too, like heaven and hell is here on earth. You know what I'm saying? It's the current living status that you're living in. Which is like really kind of fucked up, because some people are born into hell. So it's like, damn, you know. But that also ties into the whole you inherit thy mother's thy father's sins, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but that's extremely fucked up and unfair though, you know what I mean? So it's like, well, damn, how is this even fair, Lord? You know what I mean? Like, if my mom and dad were murderers and they got together, I'm fucked, because, you know, by blood, you know, it's murderers' intentions in my genes. So how you gonna penalize me and condemn me, and, you know, for having fucked up parents? I didn't ask them to mate, but they did, and here come I. You know what I mean? So I gotta deal with that knowing that burden with, you know, with that knowledge and shit. That's just some fucked up shit to be holding on to. So I just thought about that, you know, because some people do be rape babies too, and they don't even get the proper love. They turn out to be monsters because they get rejected and mistreated sometimes, you know, just for the way they was conceived. So I'm like, man, shit is fucked up. Like, and then, you know, it's really unfair to the child, because the child's like, well, I didn't do shit. You know what I'm saying? Especially if they're a rape baby. It's like, you left yourself in this vulnerable position. You may not have intended to do that, but you know what I'm saying? Your actions led to this outcome. You know, that's the part of accountability people don't want to accept. Like, how did you even get in that situation in the first place? What the fuck was you doing to even get in that? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you was out too late at night, or oh, you went down to an area where it was unlit, you know, and you know you by yourself. Like, even though you may feel confident and safe, it's still like common sense in some situations. You know what I mean? Like, if you know you a woman and you were in an area where it's not that safe looking, and you know there's your male counterparts out and about, common sense, you know, if you ain't got that thing on you, you shouldn't even be out late at night in situations and in areas where some shit could pop off and you left vulnerable. That's just common sense. You know what I'm saying? Or if you in a mostly male populated area and you wearing a skirt that don't even come down to your knees, you know what I'm saying? And you got a shirt that's showing cleavage, and you know these niggas been drinking, you know what I'm saying? That's not common sense. Like, bitch, you asking for the wrong kind of attention. So some of that stuff, you know what I'm saying, which is why I understand the law sometimes does grill rape victims hard, because some women do lie and they play victim. They will accuse somebody of rape. You know, even kids have done that shit. If they're coached to lie, or if that kid is just evil as fuck. Some people think that kids can't be evil, but I mean, best believe there's some wicked ass kids out here. There's some kids that are literally hell spawns, meaning that they lie. You look right in their face, right in their eye, you know that they lying, they still lie. Like, that's a sign of a bad seed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can mold them and encourage them and guide them to not be liars, but some things are innate, inherited, you know, where they just, that's who they are. They're just a bad, you know, person. And because it goes unchecked or unexposed to some people's eyes, they grow up into be, you know, rapists or sociopaths or psychopaths, you know, serial killers and shit. You know, and the signs were there. Like, they started off torturing innocent animals, you know, or doing fuck shit, like extremely violent shit that's like not, you know, considered to be norm. They be having red flags. Those be the ones that, you know, be really fucked up. But some parents hate to admit that they, you know, they bore demons, you know what I'm saying, brought demons in this world, which is a hard thing to acknowledge, you know, especially if you're a parent that loves your child. But you know, you have to be real with yourself and be like, well, damn, you know, my child ain't normal, you know what I'm saying? My child ain't on the side of goodness, according to this, you know, history of fuck shit from the child. Because, you know, there's going to be multiple incidents if the child is not of God, if it's unholy, you know, spawn, a unholy spawn, then you know what I'm saying, that there's gonna be other occasions where the child gonna do some fuck shit that's gonna alarm you that they not normal, or they don't have a good spirit within, you know what I'm saying, they harboring demons. But you know, with kids though, you have to be forgiving and merciful, because you know they start off without any guidance, and it's not their fault, you know, they just fresh off the boat. But an adult has had time to learn what's right, what's wrong, what's acceptable, So there's this motherfucker fucking me up. So there's no excuse for that kind of behavior. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you 21. You know what's right and wrong, especially if you had guardians in your life, grandparents or but sometimes people parents be fucked up too. You know, they parents be rapists or serial killers or, you know, con artists, you know, scammers, thieves, embezzlers, fraudsters, convicted felons, you know. So, you know, they might have a hard time appreciating what's righteous or what's, you know, what's considered good behavior or bad behavior, especially if they grew up with criminals as their mentors and, you know, advisors and guardians. You know, it's like, well, damn, they never had a good example, which is kind of like how it is when you have when you deal with white kids that have racist ass parents. You know, this is what they grew up with. This is what they were exposed to. Because you know, if the mama and daddy like that, the grandparents definitely like that. Most definitely, like without a doubt, the grandparents is like that. Because it's taught. It's not inherited. You know what I'm saying? That mentality, but yeah, it's just sad that people do think like that and teach their kids to be filled with evil. And the irony is that the motherfuckers that, you know, are racist, they be so hell bent on thinking that they better and that they're Christians, that they're God's chosen people, and they can, you know, enact God's judgment upon others because they call themselves Christians, and then don't even know what it means to be a Christian. It's just crazy. It's just so crazy. The sense of entitlement and audacity that these racist white motherfuckers be having. It's like, the fuck is this shit coming from? Who taught you motherfuckers to be like this? Like, but the law was shaped so that they can get away with that shit. So they feel like, you know, it's part of their birthright to do fuck shit like that. And then there's no consequences or repercussions for their actions because they get off scot-free. They get slaps on the wrist, and it's, you know, a statement to the public to show everybody who's observant that, hey, when you white, you can get away with murder. When you white, you can get away with raping your own kids or your own people, and there's no severe consequence. Like, that's the most stupid, idiotic, you know, shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, they get mad at somebody else kill their people, but they don't see it's a problem when their own people rape and kill their own. Like, what the fuck? But give somebody else hell if somebody else kill them out of self-defense though. But won't persecute somebody who killed their own daughter or son, or rape or molest their own daughter or son, or rape and molested somebody else's child, or rape their own women. Oh, it's not that big of a deal when it's them doing it to their own people. But if somebody else do it, they get charged to the fullest extent of the law, and everything is rigged time to make the punishment more excruciating. You know what I'm saying? Then they set up along the way so where when they do touch down, they put around some motherfuckers who, you know, they know gonna give them even more problems. Oh, since you killed one of us, we're gonna put you in the cell where it's predominantly, you know, white people that are racist, so you definitely get fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Or abused because you the minority type shit. In a hostile environment. Like, shit is really rigged like that. Like, for real, for real. I mean, it's all over the news. They're literally kidnapping citizens that are not even criminals just because they look Mexican or look, you know, exotic or foreign. which were not, you know, given any power legally by the Congress, you know, or been employed properly by going through, you know what I'm saying, any academy to be taught. Like with police, they have to be taught. They have to go through schooling first. They have to go through the academy. Past that, go through another regimen of tests, you know, field tests, before they can even be called an official officer. But these motherfuckers with no background in law enforcement, they never studied the law, you know what I'm saying, are just being given money to be ISIS, you know, agents and shit, and given the okie doke to just kill whoever causes them resistance. And then they blatantly, publicly lie about why they took the why they taking the lives of innocent people, which is what white people have been doing for years, especially white women. You know, them crocodile tears, like, oh, he hit me with my car, but as you can see in the video, the person was nowhere in range. The vehicle wasn't even going that fast to hit the motherfucker. Like, they did hit him with the current speed they was going at. It would have been just a nick. It wouldn't even done no substantiating damage at all. Like, literally, like, they could have got up and walked on and not even had to see a doctor or nothing. That's how, you know, minuscule the impact would have been if they would have actually got hit by the set car that, you know, everyone sees that was not even within range to hit them, but they gave them permission to shoot innocent people, you know, to death. Not to injure, you know what I'm saying, to immobilize them, but to death. Like, no longer breathing in this bitch. It's like, what the fuck? What kind of law y'all protecting the server? Because even, you know, police officers have to arrest you so you can get your fair due processing. But the people that voted for him, every time he opened his mouth, oh yeah, that sound good. Yeah. He's saying that good shit. We don't want them immigrants over here. But what they fail to realize is 80% of white folk are immigrants because they didn't come from over here. They came from Europe, which is the ironic part about that shit. But they so fucking stupid, they don't know their own history. So they just blissfully, willingly, arrogantly kill people because they evil. It's no reason to not educate yourself, especially when you spitting hateful rhetoric about other people and you don't even know what the fuck you talking about. That's crazy. That shit is batshit insane. Like, literally, it makes no sense. And then holler that they're mentally superior because twisted ass, psychotic, sadistic ass doctors who are racist, colonizers, put that shit on paper with no facts to you know what I'm saying, to show that their research was was valid, and they're, you know, what they call theories are even, you know what I'm saying, truthful or not, or even accurate, you know, whatever terminology you prefer to use. But that's how stupid these motherfuckers is. It's like, damn, you know, you just gonna say some shit that has no factual basis. Like, there's no evidence to prove these theories, these, you know, blatant idiotic statements that come out of your mouth stating that, you know, you're superior because of your race, when there's no proof showing that. And actually the proof of scientists shows the complete opposite, shows that you're not. And it shows that, you know, really you're not, you know what I'm saying, you're actually the weakest species of human because you can't live out in the sun. That's the ironic part about it. That makes you the weakest species, literally, because you can't live in the sun. And the sun is the you know what I'm saying, the fountain of all life. Literally, without the sun, nothing can survive on this planet. Nothing. Like absolutely nothing. Not the creatures in the sea, not the creatures on the land, not no plant. You know what I mean? Like that's how imperative it is to have the sun, and for its rays, its light to touch the earth. Oh damn! I should have slid over because I couldn't see. But that, you know what I'm saying? That's the type shit that just goes ignored and unacknowledged with these stupid motherfuckers. Because if they knew that shit, they wouldn't spit hateful rhetoric. That's the point. But they don't want them to know these things, so they're doing what? Taking away history. So they won't even know that everything they was taught was a lie. That's the sad and ironic part about all that shit, is they're trying to keep these people stupid so they could be at a disadvantage to be taken advantage of, and never know, you know, what it's like to live in harmony with somebody just with hatred that somebody else taught them to have. That's really sad. That's really fucked up. But you can't pity these motherfuckers because it's a choice to be that stupid. It's a real choice. You know what I'm saying? But it's like they don't have the capacity to use critical thinking. You know, if I put 1 + 1 together, logically, mathematically, that's supposed to make 2, right? But when it comes to humans, it makes 3. How is both answers correct? When math has taught us that 1 and 1 makes 2. But really, 1 and 1 makes 3. If it's a man and woman, so that means certain things by law of the universe is circumstantial. But that's not taught in school. That kind of critical thinking isn't taught at all. That's the kind of shit that you have to learn on your own. That some things is circumstantial. Like, for example, you know, a rapist catch on fire, right? But the Bible say, oh, help thy fellow neighbor. You don't know this rapist is a rapist, and you see the motherfucker on fire, and you go to put the nigga out. But you don't even know the nigga raped your auntie or some shit, your favorite auntie. So you like, you know, oh man, this guy's on fire, let me help him out. Oh no. You know what I'm saying? But if you knew logically, you would be like, oh, let that nigga burn. Let me go get some gasoline and, you know what I'm saying, speed this shit up. You know what I mean? Like, you would be rooting for that to burn. But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Some things are circumstantial, where things could be okay because of a circumstances, or not okay because of a circumstance. Like if a motherfucker is visually trying to rape you and shit, and you just so happen to have a desert eagle on you, and you know what I'm saying, or you get a hold of one and you blast that motherfucker head off his shoulders, well, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you just took the life of somebody else, but you defended yourself. Therefore, it makes it okay because of circumstances to kill a person. You see what I'm saying? And it's admissible in the court of law. But you know, if you black, man, they don't give a fuck if it's self-defense. Especially if you killed a white person. They gonna rig everything to make sure you guilty. But if you black and you die at the hands of a white person, and it's evident, like blatantly evident that it's manslaughter, oh no, there's no foul play, suicide. This black person is hanging 20 feet in the air. No possible way they could commit suicide. No possible way. no possible they could have climbed up there, hand subdued, or just period climbed up there with the damages they have, you know what I'm saying, and hung themselves from that height without a ladder or shit, without some support. And then how the fuck you end up dead behind a police station, and yet no police officer know who did it when there's 24-hour surveillance around police stations? That don't make no sense, especially with current day technology. And most places got, you know, cameras on the road where they're above the stoplight, or they're on the corners of some places. Like downtown Detroit has cameras everywhere, like everywhere. So you know what I'm saying? It's just no way. But in Mississippi, they got shit over 10 deaths that are lynchings, you know, aka people hanging from rope, but yet they all ruled as suicides. And then they got the forensic scientists assigned to it, the cases, ruling them out as suicides, but yet she withholding valuable information, you know, body parts of some of the victims, and yet all of them are ruled as suicide, but are physically impossible to be suicides. And yet nobody decided to, like, you know what I'm saying, nobody decided to go and find out where this bitch live at, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? Y'all niggas ain't mad enough. Y'all really ain't. And that's definitely some nigga shit. Because if you see in this track record from the police, you know the police ain't on your side. You know. And you can enact the law, you know what I'm saying, on your own. You can implement a citizen's arrest. You know what I'm saying? You can. And if you clever enough, you know what I'm saying, you eliminate your problems without the law getting involved. And one of y'all problems is definitely the forensic scientist. You get rid of her, oh man, y'all definitely have better results. And I guarantee you, no other racist ass white person gonna sit there and lie like that, because they're gonna be like, oh, that bitch got fucked up. Do you know they fucked her up? Like, they came and found this bitch where she lived at, snatched her out of her crib, and put her ass up in a tree. But they don't know who did it, so it must have been suicide. There was no signs of foul play. That's if you do your shit right, you know what I'm saying? That'll send a message to the motherfuckers like, oh, yeah, we can't get away with this shit no more. But they don't have that kind of moxie to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? If they had the courage of older, you know, warriors like Nat Turner, they would have been took action. They would have been put, you know what I'm saying, some shit in the works to get her up out the picture. Because she y'all biggest problem. Y'all ain't gonna never get no justice with her looking over the bodies. And two, I wouldn't even allow her to touch any, you know what I'm saying? I would have been like, no. I want my child's body or family member body extradited to my home, and I'll personally get the body looked at so I can get accurate results. And not some fuck shit that you trying to tell me when I know it's some foul play. Because I know, you know, my family member is not suicidal, number one. They got too much to live for, number one. And who the fuck at the age of 19, like the girl who went out for Juneteenth, or, you know, she in her mid-20s, she either 19 or in her early 20s. Like, who gon', especially when you traveling, who gonna hang, especially a black person? Damn, when they already know that, you know, that was symbolism for back in the day for racist people to send terror through the black neighborhood, to provoke fear and cowardice out of black folk, you know, submission, subservitude, to be compliant, you know, and obedient to white folks influence and demand of them. It's like, you out your motherfucking mind. If they should have been tired of that shit. You know what I'm saying? When they got free from slavery, they should have been, you know what I'm saying, took up arms, got themselves suited and booted. Like, if you know you in a racist ass state, why you ain't got no gun? Why? That's just dumb on your part. You know what I'm saying? Some stuff a lot of melanated people bring on themselves because they don't choose to move with intention and education. You know what I'm saying? If you know you in a predominantly racist neighborhood, if you know black people get fucked up just for the sport of it, you should already be strapped. You should at least have you know what I'm saying, 2 semi-automatics. So when you fire that motherfucker, if you miss the first 2 or 3 times, the rest of the bullets gonna hit their ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should be prepared for that shit. And you should be ready to die. You shouldn't have no fear in your heart if you're gonna live out there in them states where you know people that look like you are hunted and killed, you know, and seek no retribution, no justice. You should be strapped, armed and ready for anything when you in environments like that. You should already know. You know what I'm saying? And you should have some form of self-defense where you know how to box, or you know Muay Thai, or you know Wing Chun. You know what I'm saying? Or you know Tai Chi. You know, something to make your hands, you know, deadly without a weapon. You should be well equipped if you know you're gonna be living out in them kind of neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know, you can look this shit up online. You know, what neighborhoods are more racist, what neighborhoods have the highest police corruption, or you know, you can look up areas for police departments where the reviews stay, cause like out here, Melvindale Police, Taylor Police, South and Lincoln Park Police have horrible reviews online, especially Melvindale, about their illegal pullovers, the search and seizures of people's cars and shit, dumb trash in people's cars after they told them. You know what I'm saying? It's all on their reviews. So, you know, you could sometimes, you know what I'm saying, get a heads up before you even go to certain places. But it's your responsibility, your due diligence, you know what I'm saying? It's your responsibility to know your environment. As a functioning adult, you should know your environment. You should know how to get the fuck about that bitch. Which, you know what I'm saying, alternate routes to get around to where you live at, because you should never, you know, especially if you're in a situation where you're in a racist ass neighborhood, you should know 2 or 3 routes how to get to your crib. You know what I'm saying? How to go on main roads, how to take shortcuts, the scenic route, you know what I'm saying? Because you never know who the fuck is following you. And you don't want to make it easy. You know what I'm saying? You want to have alternatives. And just in case you gotta run, you know how to, you know what I'm saying? You know how to move through the terrain. That's how the Haitians got motherfuckers. They knew you know, that when they tried to invade their land and shit, they was like, oh no, nigga, we know the layout. We know the layout of the land, so ain't no way it's fuck we gonna let you get us, you know, in our own territory. Like, we know how to get around this bitch. We know how deep the waters is, you know what I'm saying? We know, you know, what plants do what, you know what I mean? And it was said that the Haitians used voodoo anyway, as a part of their coup over the invasion of I think it was the Spanish or some shit. I know it was colonizers, period. That's what they was fighting. That's what every Aboriginal, indigenous person, you know, to their land was dealing with. Because all slaves were indigenous people. Most of them people were stolen from their own land. So, you know what I'm saying? and then they try to make it seem like, you know, all black people from Africa, which is not true. And then it's not even bad to be from Africa. Actually, it's actually a badge of honor to be from Africa, because their jungle, you know what I'm saying, their backyard is the jungle. And if you can survive the jungle where you got lions and motherfucking rhinoceros and big ass alligators in the water and shit, electric eels, motherfucking even hippopotamuses can kill you and shit. You know what I'm saying? When you got real life, dangerous to your life, leopards, jaguars, you know what I'm saying? Wildebeest, shit that could trample you, you know, elephants that could smash you. When you got danger like that in your backyard and you survive, you are already above the, you know, regular people. Just in courage and strength alone. Like, that's worse than being in the hood. Because animals, if they hungry and they see you as a meal, oh, you fucked. A nigga may rob you out of desperation because he broke, but at least he ain't trying to eat you. You know what I mean? You might be able to still get away. You know what I mean? He might just take your wallet or your sneakers or something, or a little cash in your pocket and get the fuck on. But when an animal want to eat your ass, oh, it's over with. The animal ain't gonna stop until you ain't breathing no more. And if you run, you really gonna provoke their ass. But you know what I'm saying? So it's like, and animals don't second guess when if they feel you not a threat, they feel you easy lunch, or they on your ass. And most humans, when they are confronted by a giant animal, they panic. They lose all sorts of sense of reason, and they, you know, have a meltdown. They tremble in fear. They get paralyzed by fear. You know, some don't even arm themselves. They just accept, you know, they cower and then they die. So, you know, you never know how you gonna be in that state when you are confronted with that kind of danger level, you know, to your life. You don't know how the fuck you gonna react. You might be paralyzed with fear yourself. Like, that shit ain't no hoe. But these people grow up with these dangers, so they don't have that fear in their heart. They hunting these motherfuckers and eating lions, you know what I'm saying? Wildebeest, depending on what part of Africa they in. So it's like, you know, it's actually a big flex to be African. But, you know, some people love to just tear down other people, especially white folk. Now, try to call you spirit chucker or a monkey or some shit, and it's like, what's wrong with being a spirit chucker? You know, being able to throw a spear and kill a motherfucker with it, that is admirable. That means you will never go hungry. You know what I'm saying? If you ever out in the wilderness, that's a great skill to have. That's a compliment. Like, yeah, nigga, what you mean? You think that's gonna hurt my feelings? You know, and then being called a monkey, it's like, oh, you think I'm inferior? But it's monkeys that's smarter than some humans out here. So, you know what I'm saying? But and monkeys are phenomenal. They can not only live in the canopy, aka trees and shit, but they also can live on land. Some monkeys can swim. A lot of monkeys know how to use tools. A lot of monkeys know how to problem solve. You know what I'm saying? And are literally like more chaotic humans. But, you know, they used to call black folk that shit too. So it's like, oh man. Or brown folk, melanated folk. It's just crazy the shit that they, but when you look up their history, right, they have the what's it called, the Neanderthal genome, the genome that's supposed to be in monkeys, like their DNA is a mirror reflection of monkeys' DNA. No cat. For real, for real. So it's just like, well, damn. You know what I'm saying? Y'all try to call black folk monkey, but actually y'all DNA has the monkey DNA in it. So was y'all fucking monkeys along the way or something? Because that's how they said HIV got, you know, spread. It was through the interactions with monkeys. And, you know, according to history, Europeans did a lot of fuck shit. Not only were they cannibals, Europeans also, you know, was into bestiality and shit. So it's like, damn, you know, white folk, y'all history is not looking so good for y'all. It really make y'all look fucked up. Like, I mean, just like unexcusably fucked up. Because not only, you know, it's y'all history, but a lot of y'all is still trying to perpetuate that kind of fucked up ass mentality, like y'all haven't learned y'all lesson or trying to grow into better people. It's like y'all content with being these just demonic forces, because the shit y'all do or continue to do or did do in history is definitely fucked up. It's definitely satanic, because you know you wouldn't want nobody to do you like that. You couldn't even handle if somebody did you the way that you did somebody, the way y'all did black folk through life. Y'all wouldn't even be able to survive. Y'all couldn't even pick cotton because y'all burst into flames. Y'all would motherfucker die of skin poison, you know, sun poison, all because you stayed in the sun too long. You know how like how quickly y'all would perish off if y'all had to work in the cotton field like black folk did for all them hours of the day from sun up to sundown, especially in Louisiana heat or places where it's closer to the equator, like Portugal and Puerto Rico and shit. All the places where the sun is like insanely intense, they wouldn't have survived, period. So it's like, you know, doing that kind of workload, but yet they think that they're stronger. It's like, oh man, y'all niggas, whew, can't be this dumb. But the reality is, they are actually dumber than that. That's the reality. They're actually dumber than what you thought they could ever be. Because not only will they fight you about that shit, they'll holler and scream, talk over you, be rude as fuck, try to undermine what you say, won't even let you, you know, vocalize what you're trying to say. Like, and I've seen this a lot, especially on talk shows where they try to go over the differences, or they try to explain relevant points to show different ignorance, and you know why certain political parties are better than others, like just all that shit with Democrats and Republicans. And then the sad part about it is, it's like, I knew this shit was coming, because you know a grown man doesn't play the dozens, you know what I'm saying, doesn't cause mayhem and mischief amongst demographics of people, you know what I'm saying. That's like textbook strategy. That's what racist white folk have been doing for the longest time. That's what they have been doing to black folk to justify them genociding black folk, you know, stripping black folks of their constitutional rights, you know, their rights to be treated as regular people, as respected as regular people. Like, they've been doing that for the longest time. Like, oh, you know, black folks are savages, they're animals, so, you know, when you see them, make sure you use excessive force as a police officer. You know what I'm saying? When you see a black person, you know, don't try to engage with diplomacy with calmness and, you know, polite conversation. Go with your taser out first, or your billy club first, or have your hand on your gun first, because they're dangerous. So tread with the mind mentality that they're dangerous and can kill you at any moment. So be ready to kill them, you know, with a moment's notice type shit. That's how they train they white folk to handle black folk. But when it's a white folk, oh, you know, whatever you do, do not resort to violence. You know, spare our kind, because our numbers is dwindling type shit. Which is why you seen the uprising and young black women being viciously attacked through traffic stops with police officers. Like, it's some shit. Again, it ain't on the news because why? They black, and they in states where, you know, racism is known from the police officers. Like extreme violence known from the police officers and shit. Like Mississippi, or, you know, Arkansas be having race, you know, issues of racism. But truth be told, racism is all over the globe because white people have made it that way, and they got away with it for 400 years. So it's been indoctrinated through society across the globe. You know, this false narrative of them being superior, being smarter, being God's chosen, you know, all through theft. Them stealing people's actual, like, lineage. Like, when it comes to the Hebrews and the Jews, they were black, and it's all in you know, historic texts that, you know, the first Jews and Hebrews were black. Even with Jesus Christ, you know, he was born in a predominant black environment. So how the fuck a white person gonna survive over there when y'all can't even deal, you know, with the sun now? Like, and then if you don't have sunscreen on, which sunscreen wasn't invented back in the day, you know what I'm saying? How the fuck you gonna deal with that kind of heat when you can't deal with the heat now in today's society? And their heat, because of where they was located at, it's like 100 times more concentrated. And history shows that, you know, white people ain't know shit, because the Romans who took and ran with Christianity, you know, who turned it into Catholicism, guess what? They didn't even know how to wash their ass. Literally, they didn't know how to wash their ass. They was running around diseases of the minds, you know, like, and of the flesh. I'm talking about shit that was making their skin deteriorate right before them, you know what I'm saying? STDs that just, you know, herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea, like, of the buttload. Sometimes them having all of the shit, you know, herpes, gonorrhea, syphilis, and HIV at the same time, just all the way fucked up because they was doing such fuck shit. Like, they were actually doing orgies and shit, sleeping with both sexes, assaulting kids and shit. You know, they would have all you gotta do is watch Spartacus. Like, Spartacus is a huge reflection of their history. And when you look at their history, the Romans' history, you see that these motherfuckers they had child sex slaves, all colors, you know what I'm saying? White, black, they didn't give a fuck. Not only did they have, you know, white slaves that were children and adults, they, you know, they also had you know what I'm saying? They had orgies and shit, and they would use their slaves as entertainment for sex, for fights, because you know, the gladiators were also slaves and shit. Like, they fucked up ass people, real fucked up people. They was killing people for sport, feeding them to lions and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucked up. But guess what color skin they had? You guessed it, white. So it's like, you know, they don't have a culture that shows love, that shows unity, that shows empathy, that shows consideration of another person's life, the value of another person's life, the value of the land. None of that culture is inspiring to life. It's all destruction, unfortunately. No cap. The history is filled with destruction, you know, literally desecrating anything that's sacred, the land, people, you know what I'm saying? Everything about them is just fucked up in history. No cap. And you know, I'm not trying to be racist or nothing. It's just facts, which is why they want to get rid of, you guessed it, history, so you won't know about this shit. You know, history is very powerful. History will teach you not to make the same mistakes. It'll teach you who you can and can't trust. You know, all that shit is imperative for you to ascend, for you to level up to be the best version of yourself. But if you don't have access to the information you need to level up, how can you become a new senator? That's their point. Like, they want to solidify their position as these powerful people by enriching themselves, you know what I'm saying, billions and millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars, so that way, you know, when everything comes down, when, you know, the fire and brimstone hit that ass, they got the financial stability to save them. But, you know what I'm saying, they not that smart. They didn't think about, you know, covering their tracks and shit. They thought because they had high political status that they could block, you know, any investigations about their, you know, corruption and shit. But what they fail to realize is that everybody is not stupid. You know what I'm saying? What they fail to realize is like that people is watching and want them held accountable, and they can't afford a revolution, a revolt. There's too many people in the world. So if, you know, all the people just says fuck these motherfuckers and came after them, it ain't shit they could do, because somebody, if they had the courage, would leak their address. So if people find out where they live at, you know what I'm saying, it ain't shit they could do. And that's the fear they need to be feeling, because when a person know where you live at, you ain't gonna do fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna sit there and play with nobody money. You ain't gonna sit there and play with their livelihood. If you know that they can come to your doorstep and check your ass about it, you ain't gonna play around with that. But they keep their shit protected, so you don't know where they live at, you know what I'm saying? So you don't have access to them. But I mean, if the people in office get tired of their shit, they can leak their address. They leaked all the motherfucking victims of the Epstein files that chose to testify, right? So why can't they do the same thing with where the fuck they live at? You know what I'm saying? Show them how I feel to live in fear. Show them how it feels to, you know, worry that a motherfucker might show up at their doorstep and put a bullet in their head. You know what I'm saying? Or make them disappear off the face of the earth, unquestioned. They're afraid of that. And see, with a president's candidacy, he has a time limit of 8 years. Other government officials, you know, as long as they're not voted out or apprehended for corruption, they could be there as long as, you know what I'm saying, no one removes them. And they know that. That's why they gave, you know, that's why they set it up to where our current president is excused of all of, you know, his crimes against, you know, the American people and the Constitution, which is illegal. It's like, who gave your lawyer the power to do that? Who looked over that and granted that? Because with that being illegal, that shit is null and void. That shit shouldn't even be applicable to the president's, you know what I'm saying, current status. You know what I'm saying? If you guilty, you guilty. Can't nobody like absolve you from all accountability. Like, who the fuck, who got that kind of power? So you trying to say you above the government, you above the Constitution, you know what I'm saying, you above any kind of persecution, even if you kill them motherfuckers? Like, no one is protected from murder, and ICE is a mercenary brigade that is murdering people, and they were ordered by you to do that shit. So for each murder, you are to be held accountable because you funded that shit, you created that shit, and they not even trained properly. They don't go to no academy and shit. They get a crash course and that's it. But you know, because he's white and he knows how to manipulate the dummies, they letting this motherfucker get away with all kind of shit. But the irony about this nigga is that he don't have the same protection once his candidacy is over with. Once he's no longer the president, certain things don't apply to him no more. Like, he doesn't have the same protections that he has as the president. So, you know, he gonna be open, super open. And if the way it's looking, if they truly about justice and shit, you know, they get them Epstein files and hold him accountable for his affiliation with pedophilia and raping these women. That's why I'm very particular about who my friends are, because fuck all that. I do not want to be affiliated with a motherfucking monster. I'm straight on that. I'd rather be solo dolo than to being affiliated with any motherfucker that is demonic. I'm good. Like, nigga, I do not want to go to hell because I'm your friend. I'm straight. Because yeah, by law you are guilty by association, and as well as in you know, God's law, if you going by biblical text or sacred text, you know, they even state to be careful about who you surround yourself, because you will end up becoming like them, or you will lose some of your morality because you become desensitized to that type of behavior, and you know, you begin to tolerate that shit. But immorality is immorality, period. And some things, you know, within your spirit is wrong. So, you know what I'm saying? You don't even need the Bible to tell you certain things is wrong. Like, you just know. Like, you know, killing somebody, if it's not self-defense, is wrong, because you taking the life of another human being. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit hits hard. Like, you just know it's fucked up. And like rape, a motherfuckers know rape is horrible, but they do it anyway for self-gratification, showing that they are demons in the inside. Because if you can not feel any pain or no caution to doing that to somebody, that means you really fucked up in the inside. Like, there's nothing human about you. There's no love there. There's no goodness, no niceness in there. It's just all fucked up shit. To sit there and take advantage of somebody to actually rape them is fucked up. Like, how could you even get pleasure out of somebody screaming or afraid for their life as you're taking advantage of them, you know, sexually? That's just some fucked up shit. It's fucked up. But that's what's running the world right now. Creeps, pedophiles, monsters, according to, you know what I'm saying, the evidence that's available. You don't be a person's friend for that long if you're not guilty, and you know what I'm saying. And when people are monsters like that, you could tell. You know what I'm saying? If you been dealing with them for an extended amount of time, there's just certain things you know what I'm saying, you gonna become privy to, because people can't really hide who they are, you know, for a long term, especially if you in a close proximity. Like, a person can pull a wool over your eyes if they dealing with you from a distance. until you know what I'm saying, until you get enough information to see through their bullshit. But when you dealing with a person in close proximity for a human amount of time, you get a good feel of who they are as a person. You know what I'm saying? And if they get comfortable with you, they will reveal things to you that you probably would have never thought. And according to them photographs, very familiar with each other. So, you know what I'm saying? And some of their interactions, the conversation shows that they were extremely comfortable with each other. So, you know, it's definitely some evidence there showing guilt, you know, by association or evidence, I should say, of, you know what I'm saying, this person being like the company that they keep. Because that's what they say, you know, you are the company you keep. And if you keep motherfucking monsters in your surroundings, you know, cheaters, adulterers, con artists, you know what I'm saying, most times 10 out of 10 you definitely the same. Cause you can tell these motherfuckers definitely ain't inspired by Jesus, not by the hateful shit they be selling and saying to people. Anytime you promote the genocide or the bombing of innocent people or the killing of somebody for resources, or, you know, just because of whack ass excuse, you definitely not Christian, because Christianity talks about not committing wars. It talks about not harming your fellow neighbor. It talks about turning the other cheek if somebody offend you or even hurts you. So, you know, obviously they're not complying with that. So it's no way that these people are Christians. But yet that's the shit they sell to justify the shit they doing to people that they claim is not American citizens by birthright, but yet all white people are Europeans. I mean, are immigrants just because of the history alone, which makes no sense. How can you be mad at other people who are trying to, you know what I'm saying, come over here and better their life when you're not even from here? That's just the most hypocritical, idiotic shit I've ever seen in my life. And yet this is why the world is on fire right now. And yet people still like, yeah, you talk that shit, you say that shit, yeah. But it's like, wait a minute, are you even listening? Is your ears cleaned out? Because you want to know what's going on with your tax money, right? You want to know why your Medicaid got cut, why your SNAP benefits got cut, right? But I don't think you do, because here it is, this motherfucker ain't said shit about that, but yet you yeah this and yeah that. Why? When none of your concerns have been answered, none of the problems that this person promised to fix has been fixed. They got worse, and then the explanation of why they continue to get worse is not even justified or properly even explained. But you comfortable with this person gaslighting you, aka bullshitting you, aka leading you down a path of lies. Fuck wrong with you? Christianity 101 states that, you know, it's a sin to lie. But you still don't, you still can't see that you being manipulated, that you being played with, that you've been, you know what I'm saying, that you bamboozled yourself, because nobody put a gun in your head and told you to vote for this motherfucker. You did that out of your own fruition, like out of your own, you know what I'm saying, stupidity, thinking that, oh, you was gonna get a one up on other minorities, and you know that he was gonna get all the brown skinned people out of here and leave all the white people, so that, you know, it's all y'all. And it's like, why would you want a boring ass life like that? Why would you want to have all dull ass people around you? Because all racist motherfuckers are dull as fuck. They don't, damn, They don't have nothing about them that makes them stand out. No bourgeoisie, no je ne sais quoi, no you know no flair, you know what I'm saying? No fire, nothing to make you want to be like them. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing about them motivates you to even want to learn about who they are as a person. It's just like, ugh, this what the fuck wrong with you? You know, it's disgusting to see them act like that, especially when you know that they stupid as fuck. It's like, damn, you like this because you literally that stupid. Because that's all it is. It's just stupidity. Because there's no reason to even act like that besides stupidity and, of course, evil. It's really not even stupidity. It's really just evil. Because, again, it's a choice. You can educate yourself at any time. At any time. You can pick up a phone, a laptop, go to a library, you know, grab a book and learn about history. Well, shit, they trying to make it to where you can't learn about history, so, you know, I don't know how long I'll be able to say that. With the way they snatching up books and shit and banning stuff, they ban anything that'll liberate your mind and get you outside of the thought process of what they program you to think. Which is some sad shit, because it's like, who the fuck is you to tell me what I can and can't read? You know what I'm saying? But that's what they doing to the kids in school. And these rural South areas, they're making it so, bitch, they're making it so that, you know, they're not reading at their supposed, not, well, as far as facts, I haven't been there in their school systems to learn, to see it from my own eyes. But from the hearings, because, you know, the female who was responsible for the Board of Education and the cuts that she made had to stand trial for her crimes against the Constitution, because she made decisions that cut budgeting for public schools. Basically, when they say rural areas, they mean public schools. Basically, like they love to sugarcoat shit or use terminology to disguise, basically hide their hand and what they're doing for the stupid people, because, you know, they don't know what synonyms are to think outside the box. And like rural area, you know, is more like more lower income diversified area is what they mean to say. You know what I'm saying? For the people that's not really rich area type shit is what they supposed to say. But they use the word rural, so when they put that shit on the ballot, like, oh yeah, we're going to remove unnecessary funding for rural areas, you know, funding that could be used to do other things. Oh, okay, you're going to remove from rural areas? That must mean the black community for the dumbass folk. I'll vote for that. Fuck those black folk. You know what I'm saying? They don't need to benefit off our taxpayer dollars. But they feel to realize that, you know, because they not rich, they don't have access to private schools. So you just cut out the only education within your area. So not only do whatever black folk is around you gonna suffer, but your folk gonna suffer too, leaving your kids to be dumb as fuck and to be, you know what I'm saying, gaslit and manipulated and taken advantage of and controlled by another tyrant that replaces this one, if they get one. And then they keep voting these motherfuckers in because he said, oh, Democrats are doing this and Democrats are doing that, when the whole time it's him and the Republicans that he paid off to allow him to execute his reign of tyranny and shit. But because motherfuckers is too stupid, they don't see the trail of disaster. They just listen to what he say. Like, look at the shit that's going on. Look at the facts. Ain't you struggling, motherfucker? Haven't you been struggling even harder since this nigga became the president? Make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? But they don't wanna listen to that shit. They just, oh no, not my president. No, it can't be true. He can't be a pedophile, even though he got 34 felonies. Oh no, he can't be this horrible man, even though he got 34 felonies. You know what I'm saying? There's no way he's a liar, even though he got 34 felonies. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be convicted of a felon, especially more than one, means you do these things, that you lie, you steal, you cheat, you kill, because, you know, felonies are like the highest level of crime. Dumb crimes get you prison time. You know what I'm saying? And you got 34 on record, plus a known rape charge on record that you actually had to settle out of court $5.8 million for, and these niggas still voted for you. Condoleezza Wright, fake ass, voted for you, but then she tried to flex her intellect on her channel, but yet she voted for a convicted rapist who has 34 felonies. Fuck wrong with you? That bitch is a monster. She a demon underneath that black skin. For her to vote for somebody like that, trust and believe, that bitch is evil. But you know, that's the critical thinking that people lack. That's the shit that, you know, people who can't read above 6th grade level, 4th grade level, which is the shit that they teaching current high schoolers now to read at, because they were so removed from school for so long because of the man-made virus called COVID. This wasn't made by nature. This wasn't a biological attack by nature. This was a bio weapon that was unleashed on the public by the American government, and then they turned around and blamed the Chinese for it. And what the ironic part about this is, right, white people blame the Chinese for it, and yet Chinese people still want to be white. Like, damn, these niggas fucked up. Like, I'm like, damn, you know, as much as I love Kung Fu, it's like, damn, how could y'all be that smart but and that dumb at the same time? You know, that just doesn't make sense to me, because they excel at their test scores all due to repetition. You know, some dirty motherfuckers, some stupid motherfuckers be like, oh, I hate monotony, I hate repetition, but repetition does breed excellence. And that's how the Chinese are excelling when it comes to technology and you know, literature, you know, type shit, math and science, because of repetition. But they don't, who they don't outshine is black people. Especially when it comes to just the women alone. The black women are killing in the education system. They got the most highest reported graduations with masters and bachelors, you know what I'm saying? These are 4 to 6 year degrees and doctorates, you know what I'm saying? PhDs and shit in the field of education. But yet Chinese still worship the ground white men walk on, when white men is the ones that are raping them, ostracizing them, bullying them, you know what I'm saying, created that insecurity within their society because all of them want to be white. I mean, they literally let their skin get vampire pale, which is like, so you don't want to be out in the sun? Then they associate with being darker as you are lower class. That means, you know, you don't get to sit back and relax. You got to be out there in the field working hard as fuck because you come from, you know, poverty or just, you know what I'm saying, you are just, you don't have that many resources, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Like, you don't have money. You ain't gotta be poor, but You know what I mean? Like they definitely acquaint darker skin with lower prestige in their society, which is like, are y'all out of y'all motherfucking mind? Because why wouldn't you want darker skin so you could be out in the sun, the source of all life? That don't make no sense. You should be trying to embrace the sun. You should be trying to figure out what ways you can get closer to the sun, because the sun energizes you, make you feel great. Like when I'm having a down day, if I'm feeling depressed, I sit out in the sun and meditate. Man, an hour or two, I'm feeling way better. Especially if I sit underneath a tree afterwards, after I get my few rays sunlight, you know, I soak in. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just don't make no sense. It's crazy. But yet they still want to say melanated people, especially black folk, are insignificant and inferior. But yet the source of all life is showing them otherwise. Let's just put it that way. When you can't withstand the force of all life, or the source of, or the feeder of all life, when that provider is poisonous to you, that should tell you a lot about how God feel about you. You know what I'm saying? As far as when it comes to superiority, like God didn't put you in charge. Basically, God put you to be, you know what I'm saying, a contributor, not a conqueror. But you know, that's just something you can't really get through a lot of their thick skulls, because they just feel so entitled to everything because racism has taught them to be like that. So it's kind of sad in a way. You know what I'm saying? It's sad to know these things and to understand these things, because, you know, you left with the information and it's like, well, fuck, fuck. You left with the information, but you know, it ain't really too much you could do about it. You can use that information to enlighten people, but a lot of super motherfuckers, when you try to enlighten them, they want to rage attack you. You know what I'm saying? They want to degrade you, or say some slick shit to get underneath your skin or something, or you know, try to mob up against your ass for speaking out against them, aka all the people who protested this, you know, dictatorship, and now are locked the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? According to what's on social media, you know what I'm saying? But again, this type of shit you don't see on Fox 2 News, Channel 4 News, Channel 7 News. You know, you may get it all on CNN. Like, they might shine a light on the shit every once in a while, or MSN, you know, or other broadcasters that are not mainstream here in America or Michigan. You know what I'm saying? You have to get an outside provider to see some of these things, which is kind of scary, because it's like, why wasn't the hearings for some of these politicians, why wasn't that aired on the news? Like, that should have been the first thing that they covered on the news. Like, each episode, each time that the Congress had a court hearing about Donald Trump's crimes against, you know, the American people and the Constitution, it should have been televised. But they didn't do that because they don't want to, you know, create a mass panic and a revolt of people. So they suppress the shit so they can slowly release it for those who are woke, so they can know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But for those who voted for this motherfucker, they still get left under the rug, you know what I'm saying, in darkness, until they choose to, you know what I'm saying, educate themselves. But, you know, a lot of them don't want to educate themselves. They want to be stuck on stupid. So the cycle continues. But, man, it's just fucked up. That's why I'm like, man, I really want to get the fuck out of America for a while, you know, see other continents, you know what I'm saying, go to the homeland and, you know, show some love to, you know, our brothers and sisters in Africa, and, you know, show some love to other people in other countries. Like, you know, I know the British have played their part in racism, but you know, there's some that are not racist. You know, and there's other people that are, you know, out there that's not racist, and there's Chinese that's not racist, there's Japanese that's not racist, Koreans that's not racist. Like, yeah, racism is all over the world, but it is still places where, you know, racism isn't you know, the driving factor, where there is harmony, there is love and peace. You know, there is areas like that, and I would like to go experience them areas. You know, I want to go meet, you know, different tribes of Indians, since I have Indian blood in my lineage. You know, I want to meet them and learn some of their customs, and, you know, some of their meal recipes. You know what I'm saying? Some of their spiritual practices, some of their herbal remedies and shit that I could use with herbs. You know, just to be a better human, and leave my kids with some knowledge that, you know, they could apply to avoid absurd hospital bills. You know, to avoid hazardous medication that has deadly side effects. You know what I'm saying? They could just use some herbal remedies, some recipes, and get rid of their, you know, ailments that they suffer from, instead of getting pills that are man-made with other, you know, false or unnatural chemicals that does unrepairable damage to other parts of your body type shit. Like, that's what I want to, you know what I'm saying? That's what I want to do with my time, you know, if I decide to travel. But shit, the way ICE got shit fucked up, I'm like, I'm straight. I ain't even trying to. Once they get him up out of office and they disband ICE, then I'll be like, okay, yeah, I could travel now. You know what I'm saying? Just to avoid that unnecessary bullshit that they trying to pull. They basically gave authority to wicked ass white men to kidnap, torture, and subjugate people to inhumane conditions that are American citizens, with no consequences or repercussions, because they are under the order of a dictator. When this dictator did not get the blessing from Congress or the lawful order to do so. He just took it up on his own, you know what I'm saying, on wheel. And it's like, okay, if y'all know he doing this, this is illegal. Where is the warrant for this motherfucker arrest? Why haven't y'all sent out a warrant for his arrest? Well, y'all know he has violated the Constitution. When y'all know he doing illegal shit. When y'all know he's been embezzling money. Like, the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Where the fuck is the warrant for his arrest at? AKA complacency. But, you know what I'm saying? Each his own, man. I'm like, again, I never voted for him, not one time. Yeah, I don't know him as a person, but he showed me who the fuck he is. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to know him as a person. Like, I understand, you know, the whole idea of not judging a book by its cover, and, you know, giving a person a fair chance. But it's like, y'all gave this nigga 2 chances. You know what I'm saying? He's been in office for 8 years. In the first 4 years, what did he do that made America significantly better in his first term? Nothing, right? So you know what I'm saying? Then the second go run, he just knew he was, you know what I'm saying, like at the end of his rope, so he just fucked up everything. And then had the nerves to say, had the audacity to say that he is not apologetic for it, like he don't give a fuck. Like, what? You literally got over 10 people killed, American citizens who have literally paid tax-paying dollars, who are, you know, born and raised here, or are you know, who have proper documentation that they had a right to be here, but you got them killed. And then not only did you get them killed, but you also got thousands of others held in captivity, being tortured, raped, and malnourished. They're not even getting the food that they deserve. And then you got kids that's being locked up. Like, that's some sad shit. Like, these same motherfuckers that voted you would not want to see their own kids snatched away from them and placed in prison. But they, you know, they say they're being placed in a holding facility. But a holding facility really means they've been placed in a prison. That's what a prison is. It's a holding facility. It's a cage. They've been placed into a prison that was made out of all the taxpayer dollars due to y'all voting for this motherfucker. Like, so all who had voted for him, you are murderers and rapists and pedophiles, because y'all agreed that that's what y'all wanted, because y'all voted for this motherfucker. So you gonna have to live with that shit for the rest of your life. You gotta live with that shit, because you voted for this motherfucker. So when God started doing shit to you, when shit started to fall apart in your life, when you having extreme uncontrollable bad luck that you can't understand where the fuck and why the fuck is happening to you, well, remember, you voted for Trump. So I'm just like, yeah, you know, I'm straight, because you can see this shit, you know what I'm saying? This shit is all over the internet. Some shit they trying to take down before you even get a chance to watch it. But, you know, the good thing about the internet is that perseverance always pays off, and there's always more than one person posting the same shit. So, you know, you might miss it with one person, but somebody else will gladly post that shit for you. And then the thing about the internet, there's a thing called Google that will search any website or creator that's providing what it is that you're looking for. So that way, you know, you can type in specific information about what you're looking for, and Google will find it for you. Literally, like it'll find it for you. So, you know what I'm saying? The shit is out there. But the people damn, the people that voted for this motherfucker, it seems like they didn't have access to the internet. Like, they just didn't know how to look shit up, because it's definitely there. I mean, him being convicted of rape is there. Him having 34 felonies, and what the fuck the felonies are, it's there. Like, it's there. It's not made up. Like, which is, I don't understand how people can say, oh, they're just trying to lie because he's a great white man and he's doing wonders for the economy and he's making America even greater. He's making America so great again. You know, without him, America won't be great again, when it was never great in the first place. It was a racist, bigot, misogynist, rapist, pedophile ring. Literally, that's what the history of majority of the white men of the world is. No cap. So it's like, oh, oh, there's no surprise, especially if you take time to read your history. But that's why they don't want you to know these things, so that way you can't inform yourself about these things. You just get left trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, and you know, by the time you figure out what's going on, it's too late, because now you fucked. You literally don't, you know what I'm saying, they made all your decisions off of lack of information, which is some sad shit, you know what I'm saying, because that's how most people got fucked over when it came to bitcoins. Lack of information. You know, they just said, oh, you know, if you bid on Bitcoin, if you invest your Bitcoin in somebody else's stock, you made triple, double your money up. Just gaslighting you, you know what I'm saying? And so many people have been conned out of hundreds of thousands of dollars because they used their money to buy fake currency. Then the Bitcoin is not even used everywhere. Like, it's only select places that allow you to pay in Bitcoin anyway. And it's like, why the fuck would you trade your money for fake money anyway, instead of investing your money into stuff like certain companies like Sony or Nintendo, you know, great investments because they always coming out with something new, you know, or shit that you know that's thriving, like Pokemon. Pokemon has been around since the you know, shit, 1990s or some shit, 1980, I don't know, damn near forever, you know what I'm saying? So you know, why not invest your money in shit like that where you know you're gonna see a profit, you know, because they're still thriving enterprises and shit. If you're gonna invest your money or you know, in real estate property that you can rent out, you know what I'm saying, like an apartment complex or a B&B type shit. But you know, people don't want to apply themselves. They just want shit to be handed to them and shit to be easy. But anyway, you know, I'm ranting. I'm just gonna have to leave that shit alone and carry on to something else. But it's just, this shit is imperative because all that type of stuff impacts everything, and it even impacts the video games that you play. Because if they make it hard to further your education, right, to get grants and scholarships, you know, the people that make these video games that graduate from college won't have the access to get to college, so they can make this shit. You see what I'm saying? It slows down the progression of everybody. Like, when people do fuck shit like that, it doesn't just harm the poor people. It harms everybody, the middle class included. And not only does it harm, you know what I'm saying, everybody, but it deprives everybody experiences that they may need to know, information they may need to know, you know, because this person had a different walk of life from them, or is from a different ethnic background. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to learn how to cook Chinese food, the best way to learn how to cook Chinese food is from an authentic Chinese person that knows how to cook Chinese food, that's been doing it, you know, all their life. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to teach me. I wouldn't want somebody that's not Chinese to teach me how to cook Chinese food. That's fucking stupid. That don't make any sense type shit. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why would you want to be in a world that has no diversity, where it's all one nationality, all white folk? And then it's like, when you look at the history of white folk, they haven't invented no cool dances. They haven't invented a good form of discipline. You know what I'm saying? It's like they have nothing to offer as far as a culture. Like they'd have nothing to make you inspired to be like them or want to be like them. Facts. But you know what I'm saying? They swear they're the dominant race. That's the irony of this shit. But yet when you look at all different types of brown folk, right? They got all the shit that's fire, all the shit that's lit, all the shit that's popping, dancing, different styles of dance all across the globe. Music, different forms of music all across the globe. Even self-discipline, because believe it or not, guess who made martial arts? Black people. So, you know what I'm saying? Yet the Chinese took it, honed it, you know, extended it, but they learned from black people, and yet they still want to be racist. The Buddhists were black people. It's like, well, damn, you know, I wonder how many Chinese people know that. And then when you look at the hearing, the last hearing with the Board of Education, right, the female that was responsible for it, she got to ask a simple question about her sabotaging the access, a history that Americans are privy to, and she basically stated that she don't see the importance of Chinese, black, you know, or any other ethnicity that's not white's history. Then she wanted to say there's two sides of slavery. Bitch, what two sides of slavery? There's only one side. The shit was horrible. And that dirty ass white people benefited off of it. There's no other side. Like, what the fuck can you teach about slavery that has another side? Besides it being horrible, an atrocity, a demonic, you know what I'm saying, course of action. Like, fuck, what is you talking about, bitch? You know what I'm saying? But, and then the ironic part about that is this bitch felt so comfortable giving all the people of Congress the runaround with her explanation to her actions. When she was asked if she knew about the Tulsa massacre, she's I gotta get back to you on that, bitch. How are you responsible for the education of millions of people, white and black alike, but you don't know the significance of the Tulsa massacre, which happened in Oklahoma, which basically was a thriving environment of black folk who owned their own businesses and had money circulate their community for days on end before it disappeared. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that the money was recycled, so everybody had money. There was no serious poverty there. And when you don't have poverty there, you have no desperation. When you have no desperation, there's low crime rates, there's more commodity, there's, you know what I'm saying, more love in them environments, there's more empathy and concern and fellowship when you are in an environment, a community that's thriving without the sense of struggle or the necessity, you know, of get what you can while you can type shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's just sad that these motherfuckers actually feel proud of their history, of their, like, oh, I'm proud to be a Caucasian. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? But why? Like, why? Why? You know what I'm saying? Not saying hate yourself, but honestly, why? Why are you proud? Like, explain that. Because honestly, there's nothing really to be boisterous or arrogant or, you know, proud about when it comes to being white. No offense, you know what I'm saying? It's just like y'all don't really have nothing to make y'all proud to be white. Like, and that's on everything. But they be so arrogant about that shit. I'm white and I'm proud. I don't want them to steal our culture, so we want to be segregated. Go right ahead, nigga. Ain't nobody gonna steal y'all shit. Newsflash, motherfucker. Y'all culture don't even exist. Y'all not even from America. Y'all from Europe. You're Europeans who came over here stealing shit, raping and killing shit. You're not even from here. So how could you dare have an attitude or a poor disposition when it comes to immigrants, when you are an immigrant yourself? Your ancestors are immigrants. You're not even a native people. You're not from here at all, which is something so hard for them to conceive. And it's kind of sad. It's like, damn, you really are that stupid. Like, you are that stupid. You are that fucking stupid. Fuck, you are that stupid. But you know what I'm saying? That's racist people. So when you know what I'm saying, what you know, it's like, damn, you know, the best thing to do is not even argue with these motherfuckers. Let them perish by their own tools of destruction, because they're literally killing themselves off. Majority of their production is because they raping their own people. You know what I'm saying? That's why they want to stop abortions, because their majority of the conceptions, you know, the conceive rate for created white people is through incest. Them raping their own daughters. No cap. This is a statistic that you can see online. You know what I'm saying? So it's not, I'm saying this shit out of hate. I'm saying this shit out of the information provided online. The online database when it comes to statistics of crime rates and you know pregnancies. So it's like, well, that explains a lot. You know, the incest part explains why these motherfuckers so fucked up when it comes to the way they think. Because if you think fucking your own daughter is okay, you definitely fucked up on an irreparable, you know, manner. Not even, you know, the most highest paid therapist can handle that kind of sickness. You know what I'm saying? You a different kind of fucked up. You all the way fucked up. Ain't no, you know what I'm saying, redemption, ain't no atonement from that. You just fucked up. But you know, that's their thing. That's why they like, nah, we don't want y'all cutting off of these demonic sadistic offspring, because that's what they're coming from. They're coming from the most heinous sin possible. You rape your own child and you create an offspring that, of course, that child's from Satan. But most of them are conceived that way. So it's like, you know what I'm saying, no cap, especially down south where it's the worst at. But you know, I'm not the messenger. I'm just stating the information that's available online for those who are too lazy to do their due diligence and look the shit up for themselves. You know, it's on there. It's definitely on there. You know what I'm saying? So you could always until they decide to get that shit off the internet, read up on it that way. And I'm certain somebody gonna find a way. And if they do try to take it off the internet database to where you could access the information on your own accord, or you know, it's openly accessible, where, like, you know, because they got some things where, oh, you know, if you pay this membership, then we'll give you the access to the information. Or it be people that be scam artists, like, just inbox me, you know, messaging me this, and I'll send you this. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, but if I don't want people to know what I'm trying to learn, why would I expose myself like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you you know what I'm saying, why are you asking me to put myself on blast like that? Which is, I question on people a lot. Like, I'm like, what's your agenda? Because me commenting on your shit, give me the information, what if I don't want people in my business? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I'm looking at them like, nah, something about y'all ain't right, because you're not you should just say email me, inbox me. You know what I'm saying? Not leave a comment so everybody can see what I'm trying to learn. You know what I'm saying? I ain't fucking with that. But you know, teach his own though. I just be looking at certain things like, you know, like why are you gatekeeping information anyway? If you really trying to share it, why are you gatekeeping it instead of putting it in the video openly and freely so somebody can just look at it on their own accord and you know, apply the information if they so choose that they want to go that route. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever happened to that? But I don't know. I just, it's just a lot of scam artists in today's society, and you have to be careful what you feed your mind, because you know the most dangerous truth is the truth that you believe, and you might be, you know, gassed up with a whole bunch of fake shit, which a lot of white people is, thinking that they're superior. Whole lot of fake shit they was taught by their, you know, ancestors, their parents, and their parents' parents, and the fact of it is that they're not. You know what I'm saying? By just the genetic output alone, genetic dominance alone, they're definitely not. Because they lack melanin, they're definitely not. But that was the narrative that they was trying to push for the longest time. And ownership of land that's not even theirs. It's like you see it all over the web. These dirty motherfuckers, get out of my town, get out of my country. You're Mexican, you don't belong here. You're African, you don't belong here. Go back to your country. It's like, bitch, you're not even from here. You're not from here. You're a descendant of a European, a immigrant. So what makes you think you have a sense of entitlement here? Like that this land belongs to you and you have the right to say some hateful shit like that to somebody. That's the people that they start just firing on. Oh, you think I should? Bitch, shut your ass up. Writing that shit. Rock that shit. Mid-sentence. Knock out a couple teeth. They won't say that shit no more. Guaranteed. That's the reason why they have been doing this shit for so long, is because they had people so afraid to knock their ass out. But you knock a motherfucker out one good time, you will never have to worry about them being a bully again. I know from experience. I had to fight, you know, a couple bullies in my day, and you know, by the grace of God, you know, putting strength behind my fist when I, you know, cracked their ass, I didn't have to worry about them being a bully no more, you know, or trying me. So, you know what I'm saying? That shit works. They say violence is not the answer, and in some occasions it's not. But a good fisticuff would do a motherfucker justice. You know what I'm saying? It'll really clean their mind up. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, some people will go over and beyond and they'll retaliate and try to shoot your ass. But if you embarrass a motherfucker enough, or you put the fear of God in their ass from that ass whooping, they not gonna retaliate. They not gonna want to you know, the fear is gonna convince them that that's something they don't want to deal with. So they not gonna go and look for no you know what I'm saying, no revenge. They just gonna accept that ass whooping and keep it moving. But you know, it's up to you how you handle your battles. But you know, sometimes ass whooping is needed, because you know, without it, they just gonna keep on trying you and trying you and trying you and trying you and pushing your buttons to the point to where, you know, you be ready to be a crash dummy and crash out on their ass, and then you really can't, you know what I'm saying, take back your action. So, you know, the ass whooping is better than killing the motherfucker. With an ass whooping, you give them time to redeem themselves, you know, to atone for their sin, which is not do that shit again. But if you kill them, you know what I'm saying, you will make a lesson out of their ass though. Some motherfuckers need to die though. There's some people that their crimes is too heinous where they need to die. You know what I'm saying? If you take the life of somebody else, if Christians want to be Christians, it says eye for eye. So you know what I'm saying, their life should be taken and returned, especially if they kill somebody's child that's a good person. I feel like the person who killed that child should be put to death. That's eye for an eye. If they trying to invoke Christian values and it's the government, when it's written in the Constitution that those powers shall remain separate, that the government should not be indoctrinated by, you know, religion, but they're openly doing that shit. So it's like, damn, like what the fuck? Like these motherfuckers don't even believe in their own laws. They really don't. They just want you to follow them while they do whatever the fuck they want to do. Like, damn, nigga, what? Like, wait a minute, didn't you make this law? How come you can't follow it? Or these laws in place for everybody, but how come you get to, you know what I'm saying, be uninhibited? Oh shit. Oh shit, get me the fuck up out of here. How do you get to, you know, be uninhibited by these laws, but yet I have to abide by everything? And have to make certain that I tread with caution, because if I make one slight mistake, that's my ass. Which is how it is being a brown folk. As soon as you get accused of something, you're already guilty until it's proven in the court of law that you're not. So they're going to treat you, accuse you, humiliate you, dignify you, subject you to the scrutiny of the guilt of the crime, even if it's not proven that you are guilty. And then when you do get proven that you're not guilty, there's no formal apology, there's no reparations, no accommodation. It's just you picking up the pieces and building from that point on. After they publicly humiliate you and subjected your life to irony and scrutiny of a crime that you ain't even commit. But that's the system that racist ass white folks have put in place to, you know, make black folks' lives harder when it comes to the judicial system or trying to seek justice and shit. It's just all fucked up. It's just so grimy. And I'm just like, man, I'm so glad that, you know,
at last I had found it. The foul mass hidden within the
I'm so glad that I didn't let, you know, racist white folk indoctrinate me or make me complicit to accepting a bullshit. Because you don't have to accept their bullshit. You really don't. You don't have to bite your tongue. You don't have to tread with caution. Yeah, you know, you might have to delegate how you respond to some things, but you know, you don't have to let them walk over you. And if they truly overstep, you know what I'm saying, you know, the ass whooping will do them some justice. For real. Because when you see the audacity of these motherfuckers who think that they can get away with whatever the fuck they want to get away with, that's when they just they really show their ass. They really do some foul, disrespectful ass shit. But I understand why some melanated folk don't crack that shit, because, you know, the law is always trying to work in their favor versus what's right's favor. And you see it all the time. Like, so, you know, you can't say that shit it's not true, because it's in so many court cases where, you know, they've excessively charged a black person for a crime that, you know, doesn't deserve the amount of years that it's getting, or a trans person, you know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, like why do you care about a person mutilating their own body? You know what I'm saying? What they do to their own body is not your business. It's fucked up, true enough, and it's sad, true enough, because you should embrace what God gave you. But, you know, some people be feeling like they reincarnated, where they was given the wrong body. And if that's how they feel, that's their prerogative. You know what I'm saying? You do what you do that you feel is best for you. but they don't give you a right to scrutinize them, patronize them, antagonize them, you know, degrade them, humiliate them, bully them, kill them, violate their rights as an American citizen, you know, or a human being. It doesn't give you no right to do none of those things, but they persecute, you know, these people for trying to be their, you know, whole self. And it's like, well, damn, you know what I'm saying? And granted, some of them motherfuckers are not pleasant to deal with, and none of the ones I'm like, I see why y'all hate it, but you know, it is some that are nice and gentle and sweet, and you know, mind their business and acknowledge, you know, who they are and who they were, and you know what I'm saying, don't give you a hassle about it. But it's the ones that like try to pretend like they not who they are, and get an attitude when you don't address them the way they want to be perceived. And you know, I can't, if I was born a man, I transform into a woman, I can't be mad at a person that still addresses me as a man. Like I'm still gonna be like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Alright, you right, I am a dude, so I can't expect you to call me something that I'm not. Even though I may look like a woman, I know I'm not, so I can't really be mad at you. I can't really take that shit to heart, you know what I'm saying? These is facts. So it's like, how the fuck, why are these niggas so mad at the facts? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't embrace who you are, you can't embrace the facts. Fuck wrong with you? Which that shows mental instability. You know what I'm saying? So I understand why people be like, something wrong with them. That's fact. If they can't accept the fact that they're not, you know what I'm saying, what they portray to be. Cause like, by facts, you're not a female if you went from male to female. You know what I'm saying? You could never be a female. You just an impersonator. Those are facts. But you know, they get highly upset and, you know, depressed, and but it's like, dude, you're not a female. What the fuck? What the fuck wrong with you, man? Once you accept that, you'll be a better person. You should have accepted that shit a long time ago before you even cut your, you know what I'm saying, cut your shit off and got the alterations. You should have accepted the fact that you was mailed in. The fuck wrong with you? But some can't do that. It's like it's too much for them to conceive. Like it's too much for them to handle. And I'm like, man, I'm not here to judge you. I'm just saying, make it make some sense, because the shit don't make no sense. For you to get hella bent out of shape to the point to where you go mutilate yourself to make you feel comfortable with yourself. That's not even yourself. You see how fucked up that sound? You gonna go chop yourself up so you can feel comfortable with yourself to be something that you're not. That's not yourself, because you wasn't born like that. So you change yourself to be like something that you were not organically made to be, just to feel comfortable with yourself. That's the craziest shit. The craziest shit ever. Like, listen to how that shit sound. You go mutilate, because that's what it means to chop off your penis, and you know, or chop off your breast, you know what I'm saying, to get altered. Then you taking chemicals, you taking fake estrogen, fake testosterone to change your vocal depth, your physical prowess, you know what I'm saying, your outer appearance, your hormonal balance, to something that you're not. And then you can't even do what that biological gender can do. Like, if you a female and turn to a man, you can't produce sperm. If you a male that turns to a female, you can't hold the baby in your womb because you ain't got one. So what the fuck? Why even ruin yourself like that? Because once you decided you want to go back, it's hard as fuck to go back, especially after you've been taking estrogen or testosterone for years, and then it has feminized you or made you more masculine. There's no going back. Like, the damage is irreparable. So it's like, oh man, like you really gotta be out of your motherfucking mind to go through with that procedure. But I'm not judging. I'm just saying. I'm being realistic. You know what I'm saying? Because that is God's way of showing reincarnation is real. So, you know what I'm saying? But people don't want to hear that. And again, that's not even in Christianity. That's in Hinduism, which was before Christianity. So, you know what I'm saying? As a form of religion, not a form of, you know, um, oh, never mind. But you know, as a form of sacred text to get closer to God, or holy, you know, scripture, whatever terminology you wanted to use to define documentation of God. But Hinduism was around first. And if you do your history, as far as it being, you know, known, renownedly, and practiced openly, Hinduism was the first recognized religion, openly practiced religion. And then Christianity was made by the Romans, you know, via Catholicism, aka learning to be a Catholic,
You do not know me,
which is so saturated with pedophilia.
What are you? Not what came, but who. My visage is unknown to you, but my name is not. Have you heard the story of the oldest vampire?
And another thing, the vampires in here were originally angels, because Jonas Ardern is part of that ancient race.
Was this transformation possible? But Janos is dead. His heart torn from his body. Not dead, but imprisoned in this place. My blood was needed to power the device and feed the mass within. Starved of blood and sapped of life, I devolved into that horrible creature. The moment you poisoned the mass, I felt my strength return. That which is divine cannot be wholly suppressed. Divine? Your imprisonment has damaged your mind, Janos. The curse of vampirism is no mark of divinity. You must delve further back into history, Cain, to know the truth of our heritage. Long ago, and long before
Lineage,
I
heritage,
first
same shit.
walked the earth, vampires were godlike, and our kind ruled the land. But we were opposed by another race, similar to ours in power, but different in method and intention.
Damn, it's 3 o'clock. I know it was that late.
Flamed for 1,000 years, but we prevailed at last, and we banished our enemies from the face of the earth by powerful magic, sealing them into another plane of existence. What has this history lesson to do with my task at hand? Patience came. The race that fought the vampires was the Hilden, the very Hilden that you have just encountered. They control the Sarafan. They are striving to wipe out the vampires, enslave the humans, and reclaim all Nosgoth as their own. They are the evil that plague us once again, authors of the demons and the device and all else that threatens the land. They have returned to enact a terrible revenge. I thought you said that they were banished. They were, Cain. But several centuries ago, one of the Hilden was able to return to our world. He then used his magic to draw other Hilden through, but had not yet the power to begin a full invasion. He required an army here, and humans to drain of energy. He learned of a legendary order whose purpose was to purge the world of vampires long ago. He revived this order, and the Sarafan were born again. The Sarafan Lord. It was he that broke through. But how?
Now we come to your part in this story. When you chose to destroy the Pillar of Balance, you caused a rift throughout the world sufficient to breach through the dimensions.
Was it I then, who had engendered this war? No. I had been set, step by step, upon the path that led to this outcome. Hadn't this all been a Hilden plot from the beginning? My mind reeled at the implications.
It was in this way that the Sarafan Lord was able to enter the world, by building a magical gate. This is the Hilden Gate. Close this gate, Cain, and all the Hilden within Nosgoth will perish.
The gate sustains their existence.
Precisely. It is their umbilical cord to the other world. When it is closed, they cannot dwell in our world.
And so all the Hilden will die, and the Sarafan Lord, as one of them, dies as well. I see.
Close the gate and kill the Sarafan Lord, Cain. Close the gate and shut the Hilden from the world once again.
And how is this to be done?
Let us go to Sanctuary. Vorador must be informed of all that has occurred, and a plan can be drawn to finish this once and for all.
You should have sent me with him.
You were wounded.
There is no way to know where Cain has gone or what he is doing. Even you haven't been able to contact him.
What's this? No, wait. Do I dare believe my senses? Janos? My sire. They killed you.
No, far worse. But that is a story for another time.
Well, there will be no time for any of us. Vorador, we need your counsel.
We were wondering where you were.
I've been doing what I said I would do.
Cain? The device?
I have destroyed it. But we are now faced with a peril even greater than before.
How is this?
The ancient history I will convey to you in a better hour, should any of us be so fortunate as to reach such a time. For this moment, you must believe me when I tell you your enemy, our great enemy, the Sarafan Lord, is one of a people that come from another world. His plan, beyond all others, is to bring this enemy race back into this world, from which my kind in another age once banished them. He must be prevented, or all our kind will perish.
Sire, what must we do?
He has created a base in this world, the Hilden City across the sea. There, he has opened a gate to bring his kind into our world. My plan was to teleport us to the Hilden City and launch a final assault on the Sarafan Lord. But now, I find there is some kind of shield of magic that prevents me. If we are to fight them, that shield must be destroyed.
Vorador, where is the Hilden City? Have any of your spies brought you this knowledge?
Uma, what do you know of this?
There has been, in the past months, enormous activity at the wharves. Warships and freighters loading and unloading in great secrecy. Our people who have infiltrated the area and returned alive have told me that the ships all seem to take the same course out of the harbor, but we do not know their destination.
It must be the Hilden City. Why else would there be such interest at this time? You must take a ship to the city at once. There, you must find and deactivate the shield, so whatever forces we can bring may come to your aid and close the gate for all time.
Have someone show me to the wharves. I'll make my way aboard one of those ships that's about to sail. When I have deactivated the shield, I'll contact you.
I am going with him.
But I will need you here.
Sire, I know the wolves, and where one may fail alone, two may succeed.
I have no need of a guard at my back. You will find me perfectly competent for this task, I assure you.
It is a chance we cannot afford to take, not when all we have fought for is at stake.
There is more at stake than you can imagine. Take help where it is offered, Cain.
It is settled. I will prepare our forces for the final attack. Go well, my child.
Go well, both of you.
Take help where it is offered. Yet I've always found that help offered when not needed is usually no help at all.
He ain't lying, cause she did do some questionable shit. Like, I played this on PlayStation 2, so I know, but they got right in the title, Betrayal. And you already know who, you know what I'm saying, who partnered with them, so it's like, put two and two together, you know.
Borodor has said we must seek
That's
out
some
a
fire-ass
war guide.
armor.
We should search the southern docks.
What are the defenses here?
The heaviest of all the Seraphan outposts. They control all trade and all travel to and from Meridian.
The Sarafan are nothing compared to what I have faced and destroyed.
Don't be so arrogant. Their finest warriors will be waiting within. The Glyph Knights are deadly.
We shall see.
Tell me one thing, Cain, before we go in. If you do kill the Seraphan Lord and recover the Soul Reaver, what then?
You know the answer to that.
Tell me.
Then Meridian and all Nosgoth will become mine.
And the vampire resistance?
You will do whatever you wish,
Of course.
What?
Do you take me for a fool?
You dare!
Borodor has told me all your stories, Cain. He said that you would stop at nothing to achieve your great ambition, absolute power. And when you control Nosgoth, are we to believe that you would let us vampires live and do what we wish? We are the only ones who could stand in your way. No, you will have to hunt us down and kill us. And how is that different from the rule of the Seraphan Lord?
I will not defend or explain my actions to you, Uma. No one, not even you, will stand in my way.
I thank you, King, for giving us this chance to defeat the Hilden for all time. But you have done enough. I shall be the one to find and kill the Seraphan Lord, and Nosgoth shall belong to the vampires once again.
You fool. You have not the smallest chance of surviving such a battle. Now, give me the Nexus Stone, or I shall pry it from your thieving fingers as you convulse in death.
Now the beast shows his true nature, and so quickly, too. I wish it had been otherwise for us, King.
You can grab the fuck out of her, but I'm about to save it to turn it off. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I didn't even know it was this late. I just, you know, was trying to have some fun, and we got to this time. But alright, peeps, peace out. Have a good one, and yeah, play some Blood Omen.